If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 121 The Final Card and Farewell to Greed Island. Wow, has Mika collected all the cards? Gon finally realized what was happening as he listened to the announcement from the binder. With Gon and Killua's victory over Genjiro and his companions, Mika had successfully acquired the complete set of designated slot cards. This meant Mika had qualified to win the game. This realization left Gon feeling incredibly dejected. He had hoped to use the game's completion as a means of searching for his father, Jing Freaks, in the vicinity. "Don't worry, this isn't just my victory, it's our victory," Mika said, giving Gon's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Gon, Killua, Bisky, Ermid, Melly, Gabriel, and myself. All 7 of us are now owners of the 99 cards. However, since there can only be one winner, why don't we have a little competition amongst ourselves?" "A competition? How?" Melly asked curiously. With everyone's eyes on him, Mika explained with a smile, "We'll use this final game, of course. Unlike the other cards, there's only one ruler's blessing card. So, in a sense, there can only be one winner of this game. Therefore, whoever obtains the ruler's blessing will be the ultimate victor. What do you say?" "All right, it's decided then," Melly agreed after a brief silence. At Melly's confirmation, everyone's anticipation grew. "Speaking of which, this game is quite disadvantageous for us," Melly suddenly remarked as everyone prepared for the final stage. "Hey? Why?" Gon asked, tilting his head in confusion. "Didn't the announcement say that the questions will be related to the designated slot cards? That means those who collected cards primarily through stealing from others won't be able to obtain this final card. Unlike you and Killua, while we also collected cards ourselves, almost half of our cards were obtained through battles." Melly blushed slightly as she admitted this. While they hadn't intended to rely on stealing cards to progress through the game, they often found themselves facing challengers. And their method of dealing with these challengers involved taking their cards. As the saying goes, if you are willing to steal from others, you must be prepared to have your own cards stolen as well. Therefore, including the cards acquired from Genjiro, nearly half of Mika, Ermid, and Melly's cards were taken from other players. This meant they were at a disadvantage when it came to knowledge about the designated slot cards compared to Gon, Killua, and Bisky. "Oh, I see." Gon and Killua exchanged grins and jumped up excitedly. "Great! Even the brilliant Melly-sensei has admitted defeat. It looks like victory is ours." Melly's eye twitched at their enthusiastic declaration. Those 2 brats were truly incorrigible. How dare they underestimate her like that? "Humph! Victory, you say? Although I haven't experienced as much as you 2, I do enjoy acquiring knowledge. Just watch how I surpass you." "No, Melly-sensei, please don't." Gon and Killua cried out, seeing Melly's determined expression. "Ha ha ha! Melly, stop teasing them," Ermid said, stepping in to mediate. "We've been so focused on training that we haven't interacted with other players much. Where did you gather all this information, anyway? Ermid, how could you expose me like that?" Melly whined, clinging to Ermid. Seeing Melly's playful demeanor, Gon and Killua breathed a sigh of relief. "That was close. Melly-sensei almost scared us to death." "Me too." Gon and Killua whispered to each other. "Hey? It seems someone is coming." As they waited for the final quiz game to begin, Ermid suddenly noticed flashes of light descending from the sky towards them. "There's more over there. And over there too." Following Ermid's warning, Gon and the others looked up. They saw countless flashes of light hurtling towards them from all directions. "It seems after hearing the binder's announcement, they used other spell cards to locate us," Mika remarked with a smile. Hearing his words, Gon and the others gathered around him, adopting defensive stances. Soon, the flashes of light landed, revealing figures appearing around them. Seeing their wary expressions, the leader of the newcomers spoke earnestly. "Please don't misunderstand. We're not here to steal your cards. We've come to assist you." "Assist us? What do you mean?" Ermid asked, her voice laced with suspicion. "While all of you are undoubtedly powerful, there's no guarantee you'll achieve the highest score. If we manage to obtain the highest score and acquire the card, we hope you'll purchase it from us for 2.5 billion Jenny. That's only 5% of your total reward." Although there were other players on Greed Island, with the billionaire Batara actively pursuing the game's completion, almost everyone knew that the winner would receive a 500 billion jenny reward from him. Therefore, everyone was naturally interested in a share of the prize money. Deal. Melly declared before Gon or Killua could react. If you manage to acquire the card, I'll buy it from you for 3 billion jenny. Really? The surrounding players erupted in excitement. Melly had just increased the offer by 500 million jenny. Of course. With Melly's confirmation, the atmosphere became even more lively. Looking at the excited players, Melly couldn't help but smirk. With Mika's successful consolidation of the Mafia, money had become a mere number for Melly and the others who held high-ranking positions within the organization. For them, anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. Oh boy, Mika sighed, covering his face with his hand. Hadn't Gon and Killua simply teased them a little? Did she really need to take it this seriously? Hey, hey, hey! Playing these games with kids? That's a dirty trick! Killua shouted indignantly. However, Melly simply responded with a smug grin. He seemed to see a glint of how interesting in her eyes. Killua gritted his teeth in frustration. Adults these days were just too cunning. Having reached an agreement, Mika and the others sat down, awaiting the final game. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Now, I will announce the quiz questions one by one. Hearing the voice from the binder once more, Mika and the others focused their attention on it, fully prepared. First question, regarding card number 1, Patch of Forest, what is the name of the elder who provides crucial hints? A. Sheila, B. Shida, C. Shiso, D. Shiu, E. Shima. Wait, a multiple choice question right off the bat? And with such obscure options? There's no clue whatsoever. Melly exclaimed, dumbfounded. This was a pure knowledge-based question, leaving no room for deduction or reasoning. Even Mika could only chuckle wryly at the question. As long as I don't aim to win the game, I won't be disappointed, he thought to himself, trying to maintain a positive mindset. Soon, the final question arrived. And now for the last question, what is the name of card number 000? A. Ruler's Feast, B. Ruler's Reception, C. Ruler's Hospitality, D. Ruler's Welcome, E. Ruler's Blessing. This last one is a freebie. They just announced it earlier, so I doubt anyone would get this wrong, Mika remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow after answering all the questions to the best of his knowledge. Killua suddenly froze, his body stiffening. What's wrong, Killua? Mika asked, noticing his unusual reaction. Ahaha. Nothing, nothing. I was just thinking how could anyone possibly miss the last question. Killua feigned a laugh. But inwardly, he was frantically trying to recall the correct answer. Bisky, who had observed Killua's reaction, covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Unable to recall the answer and too embarrassed to ask, Killua randomly selected an option and quickly closed his binder. Ha ha ha, that last question was a total giveaway. Killua said, forcing a cheerful tone. With that, the quiz has concluded. We will now announce the player with the highest score. The maximum score for this quiz is 100 points. The highest score achieved is 87 points. The winner is Gon. As the binder announced the results, Gon and Killua leaped up from the grass in jubilation. Yes! We collected all 100 cards. Watching Gon and Killua celebrate their victory, Melly sighed. Oh well, I lost to them. They deserved to win, Mika said with a smile. Compared to Gon and Killua, while they had diligently trained and honed their skills, Gon and Killua had arrived on Greed Island much earlier. Therefore, they had a significant advantage in terms of knowledge and information gathering. Furthermore, Gon and Killua actively exchanged information with other players, something Mika and his companions, who primarily operated independently, couldn't match. We lost the game, but this isn't the Yahweh Familia's defeat, it's our personal defeat. After all, we are companions in the same familia. This is still our victory. Even if there's only one ultimate winner. Exactly, Ermid chimed in with a smile. I'm happy for Gon and Killua's victory. Let's congratulate them. Don't worry, I'll definitely congratulate them, Melly said playfully, sticking out her tongue. As Mika, Ermid and Melly chatted amongst themselves, Gon and Killua approached them. Thank you, Mika, Ermid, Melly, and Gabriel. We wouldn't have been able to obtain this last card without your help. Humph, you better be grateful. Melly said, giving them a playful glare before handing Gon the designated slot card she had taken from Mika's binder. Now go and claim your victory. Yes. Thank you, Meli-sensei. Gon said with determination. Just then, an owl swooped down from the sky and dropped an envelope in front of Gon. This is... Gon opened the envelope and looked at the message written on card number 000. It says to go to Limiro. Limiro? We haven't been there before, Killua said in surprise. It's alright, we have. We'll use a company to take you there. The accompany card allowed players to travel to specified locations, but only to places they had visited before. Since Gon and Killua hadn't been to Limiro, Mika would have to guide them. Then we'll be counting on you, Mika. Leave it to us. Mika took out the accompany card and shouted, "Accompany! Limiro!" The next moment, the 7 of them vanished from the spot. With that, our Greed Island adventure has come to an end. Let's prepare to return to Orario, Mika said to Meli and Ermit as they watched Gon enter the palace. Orario. The thought of the current situation in Orario filled Meli and Ermit with apprehension. The fragile peace between the guild, the various familias, and the dark factions was on the verge of collapse. A final showdown was imminent. And now, there were individuals suspected to be glutton and silence within the enemy ranks. This was a catastrophic threat to Orario's familias. I don't even want to think about what's happening there, Meli sighed, rubbing her forehead. Ermit nodded in agreement. Don't overthink it. Leave those matters to Finn. We just need to keep training and become stronger, doing our best when the crisis arrives. With his ability to travel between worlds, Mika could always use it as a last resort to escape if the situation became too dire. However, he didn't want to rely on that option unless absolutely necessary. He had formed unbreakable bonds in Danmachi world, and he couldn't bear the thought of abandoning them. He refused to let Danmachi world meet its demise. No matter what, we will forge our own destiny. We won't leave any regrets in this battle. Of course, your safety is my top priority. Remember, your lives are more important to me than the fate of the world. So, please be careful, understand? Yes, we understand. Meli and Ermit replied, their voices filled with emotion. Chapter 122 Return to Orario. Familias gathered to rewrite Orario. Ah, we're back. After conquering Greed Island with Gon and Killua, Mika, Meli, and Ermit returned to Orario, having witnessed Gon use his acquired card to journey to his father. That was quite the adventure. Yahweh remarked to the trio after returning to her own body. Traveling, battling the Mafia, and conquering a game. You've experienced so much on this journey, yet none of it posed a real threat. Everything was under your control. However, what's about to unfold in Orario will be entirely different. So, cast aside your complacency and be prepared, understand? Understood. Mika, Meli, and Ermit responded seriously, recognizing the gravity of Yahweh's words. They knew that any carelessness in the current state of Orario could lead to devastating consequences. Good. Remember that. Yahweh's serious expression softened into a gentle smile. She patted their shoulders and continued, all right, if you understand, then go back to your rooms and rest. Take this opportunity to regain your focus and reflect on your recent experiences. You wouldn't want to be caught off guard if someone mentions something from yesterday and you can't follow along. Yes, we understand. After earnestly acknowledging Yahweh's words, the trio returned to their rooms to prepare themselves mentally. This wasn't their first interdimensional journey. Therefore, they each had their own methods for readjusting to their original world. The next day, Mika, Meli, and Ermit seamlessly integrated back into their daily lives, resuming their patrol duties. As the Yahweh Familia's reputation grew throughout Orario, the trio's importance in various Familia expeditions increased. Their schedules became increasingly hectic. One day, after a busy mission, Mika received a letter from Yahweh. Is this an invitation from the Loki Familia? Indeed, Yahweh replied seriously. The Loki Familia delivered this letter earlier today, specifically addressed to you. Addressed to me. Mika opened the letter, scanned its contents, and then passed it on to the curious Ermit and Meli. Finn wants to meet with you. Yes, Mika replied with a wry smile. Although he hadn't attended the meeting yet, he had a strong suspicion about the topic of discussion. It had to be related to Zald and Alfia. A ball hosted by the Loki Familia. It seems Finn has a plan, Meli remarked after reading the invitation and the accompanying letter. You mean he's found a countermeasure? Mika asked, surprised. Of course. The ball itself is likely a pretense. Finn's true objective is this. Melly pointed to a specific line in the invitation, we request all gods to attend, accompanied by their familia captains. In Orario, the gods frequently held banquets and gatherings, inviting the heads of various familias to participate. These events were often referred to as divine conferences. The nature of these gatherings varied depending on the host. Some banquets were exclusive to the gods, while others allowed familia members to attend as well. Due to the numerous gods residing in Orario, such events were commonplace. The Loki familia's specific request wasn't unusual. A secret meeting. Mika suddenly realized. Precisely. And a highly exclusive, clandestine meeting at that. I suspect only a select few will be allowed to attend. I understand. Mika nodded slowly, a subtle smile playing on his lips. As expected of Orario's renowned hero, Finn had quickly devised a countermeasure upon learning of Zald and Alfia's presence. It seems we need to prepare ourselves as well. Mika turned to Yahweh and asked, Yahweh-sama, do you have a formal dress? Of course. Although I rarely attend banquets, it's not as if I've never been to one, Yahweh replied with a chuckle. Don't worry, Mika. We'll make sure you look your best, Melly added with a playful grin, noticing Mika's apprehensive expression. After being dragged to a clothing store by Melly, Ermit, and Yahweh, Mika became their plaything, forced to try on countless outfits. Hey, aren't we here to choose a formal dress? Why am I trying on all these other clothes? Don't complain. Just put them on. This is a rare opportunity, and we're going to find you the perfect outfit. We have the entire day to ourselves. Mika shuddered as he saw the fiery determination in their eyes. This is going to be a long day, he thought to himself. In the evening, dressed in the meticulously chosen formal attire, Mika hired a carriage to transport them to the Loki familia's headquarters, the Twilight Mansion. The usually quiet mansion was bustling with activity. Carriages arrived one after another, bringing guests to the grand event. Inside the banquet hall, beautiful and handsome gods and goddesses mingled and conversed. Prominent figures from various familias were also present. Otter, the captain of the Freya familia. Shakti, the captain of the Ganesha familia. And Elise, the captain of the Astria familia. Countless other notable individuals filled the hall. After all, the attendees were all familia captains, the most prominent members of their respective groups. Due to their familious reputations and their own striking beauty, Shakti and Elise were surrounded by admirers, receiving countless invitations. They're quite popular, Mika remarked, observing the scene from the second-floor balcony. He was also surprised by their attire. Although he had fought alongside them and considered them comrades, their elegant dresses were a stark contrast to their usual armor, capturing his attention. Compared to their typical battle gear, the formal wear highlighted their beauty and grace. Not bad, not bad. This trip wasn't in vain. Since Yahweh wasn't by his side, Mika felt more relaxed and openly expressed his admiration. It seemed his gaze had been noticed. Looking up, Elise spotted Mika and beamed. She whispered something into Shakti's ear. Shakti then turned her gaze towards Mika as well. Uh-oh. Sensing impending trouble, Mika quickly retreated to a corner. He had no intention of becoming someone's shield. Ah, I'm so sorry, I already have plans with Miss Elise and Miss Shakti. Mika forced another smile as he waved off yet another familia captain, his expression visibly drooping as soon as the man turned away. I was hiding in a corner. How did you two even find me? He turned to Elise and Shakti, who were standing behind him, his voice laced with mock exasperation. It's simple. We just asked the waitstaff, Elise replied with a smile. After all, you're not just some nobody anymore, Mika. You're a hero, someone who attracts attention wherever you go. Indeed, you've become quite the important figure, Shakti added. Looking at their apologetic smiles, Mika chuckled. Well, since I've already become your human shield, you can stop with the flattery. Not at all. You've become a true hero, Mika. Though, not quite as magnificent as the stunningly beautiful me, of course, Elise declared, puffing out her chest. Mika nodded, a smile playing on his lips. That's the Elise he knew. Thank you for your assistance, Mika, Shakti said, her face flushing slightly. She seemed visibly uncomfortable. Shakti, is something wrong? Mika asked, noticing her awkwardness. It's nothing. I'm just not used to wearing formal dresses. Really? But aren't you the captain of the Ganesha Familia? I thought Ganesha frequently hosts banquets. For various reasons, the Ganesha Familia often held banquets to entertain the gods. Ganesha even had the nickname God of Festivities. No, I rarely participate in those events. Even when I do, it's as a server, not as the captain of the Ganesha Familia. Besides, I only recently took over as captain. With all the recent trouble in the dungeon, I haven't had much time for banquets. I only came this time because Finn insisted in his letter that I attend. I couldn't very well refuse. So, I chose this dress for you. Elise asked with a knowing smile. Exactly. The moment she heard I was attending a banquet, she dragged me to a dress shop and picked this one out for me. Speaking of which, I saw you there today, Mika. Me? Mika blinked, then asked, why didn't I see you? Perhaps your mind was elsewhere. When I saw you, there was no light in your eyes. I must say, your familia companions are quite enthusiastic. Shakti shuddered as she recalled seeing Mika earlier that day, looking thoroughly worn out. It had been a frightening sight. She was grateful that Adi wasn't as intense. No, she was grateful she only had one younger sister. So that's what happened, Mika muttered, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. How embarrassing. However, Adi has excellent taste. You look stunning in that dress, Shakti. Do I? Shakti's face turned crimson at Mika's compliment. She usually projected an image of strength and composure, rarely showing such vulnerability. Mika couldn't help but smile at the unexpected change in her demeanor. What about me? Elise chimed in, stepping forward to showcase her own elegant attire. You look more beautiful than usual, of course, Elise. After all, I usually only see you in armor. That's true. The three of them shared a laugh. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. There you are. The familiar voice caused them to turn around. It was Finn. Dressed in formal attire, he looked remarkably handsome. He truly lived up to his reputation as one of Orario's most popular figures. Finn, you finally showed up. We thought you were going to hide until the very end, Elise teased. Not at all. I just had some matters to attend to. Matters? Elise asked curiously. Just needed to reach an agreement with certain individuals. Goddess Freya, I presume. Mika said confidently, leaning against the balcony railing and observing Freya and Otter, who had just arrived and instantly become the center of attention. Indeed. This mission requires Otter's full cooperation. I needed to secure Goddess Freya's approval beforehand, Finn replied with a sigh. Finn, is this going to be a large-scale operation? Shakti asked seriously, looking at the numerous familia captains gathered in the banquet hall. No, this is a covert operation involving only a select few, Finn replied, shaking his head. Of course, you'll be participating, so you can look forward to it. However, I need to speak with Mika privately now. Would you two ladies mind excusing us? Certainly, Elise and Shakti replied, knowing that Finn likely had important matters to discuss with Mika. They walked away together. As expected of you, Mika. Two beautiful ladies vying for your attention. No, I assure you, it's not what it seems. I'm being forced into this situation. Don't be so modest. There's nothing wrong with having a harem. Mika remained silent, unable to counter Finn's teasing. After all, he was no match for Finn's experience in such matters. Despite his short stature, Finn was nearly 40 years old. And his dream was to build a vast harem to revitalize the Palam race. Mika was no match for Finn's suggestive remarks. Seeing Mika's embarrassment, Finn decided to spare him further teasing. Come with me. Let's talk somewhere more private. Finn led Mika out of the banquet hall and into an empty room. 2 steaming cups of tea sat on a small table by the side. Have a seat. I had the tea prepared. Please, help yourself. Looking at Finn's smile, Mika said, I'll pass on the tea for now. Let's discuss the matter at hand first. I can't enjoy the tea if I'm on edge. Very well. Finn's expression turned serious. I brought you here to ask you some rather personal questions. You can choose to answer them or not, but it will affect future arrangements. Please, ask away, Mika replied seriously. Mika, are you concealing your true levels? Finn asked pointedly. Chapter 123 A Familius Joint Expedition into the Dungeon. Mika, have you been concealing your familia's true levels? Finn's question struck a chord within Mika, causing his heart to pound. After all, this was a closely guarded secret within their familia. What makes you think that? Mika asked, feigning curiosity while maintaining a calm facade. Intuition, of course. Finn replied with a knowing smile. I've observed your battles, including Ermid and Melly's. The three of you always seem to fight with such effortless grace. Even during your battle with that level 4 adventurer, when I arrived to assist, I didn't detect the slightest hint of someone truly teetering on the brink of death. That's when the thought first crossed my mind. Later, I looked into the time it took for you to level up, and it didn't quite match Riveria's assessment of your abilities. Mika suddenly understood. Because Melly was Riveria's apprentice, Mika and his companions were acquainted with the High Elf. Riveria had also assessed their talents. So, when they intentionally disguised their rapid leveling progress as merely above average, it was easily discernible to someone like Riveria. However, it wasn't Riveria who saw through their deception, but Finn. Yes, we have been concealing our true strength, Mika admitted frankly. They had initially hidden their strength to avoid attracting the attention of adventurers from the dark faction who might seek to eliminate them. But now, Mika was confident in his ability to protect himself, Ermid, and Melly. Since the commander of their allied forces was inquiring, there was no need for further deception. Moreover, Mika didn't believe Finn's intention was to punish them on behalf of the guild. While it may sound boastful, the three members of our familia are no less capable than Ace from your familia. Since we're not a large familia like yours, we had to conceal our strength to avoid being targeted by the dark faction. I understand your concerns. We will recommend to the guild that your punishment be waived. According to guild regulations, concealing a familia's true strength was punishable. This was because the guild needed to accurately assess the strength of each familia to assign them appropriate ranks. Based on these ranks, the difficulty and number of guild-assigned quests varied. This was the responsibility of every familia. Therefore, concealing one's level in Orario was akin to tax evasion in Mika's previous life. Thank you, Finn, Mika said gratefully, relieved to avoid punishment. It's nothing. In these times of conflict with the dark faction, every capable fighter is essential, especially considering the valuable information you've provided. Finn dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, then returned to his previous question. So, what are your actual levels? I've reached level 4, and both Ermid and Melly are at the peak of level 3, only needing one final grand achievement to level up. Finn was stunned into silence by Mika's revelation. While he had suspected that Mika and his companions might have reached level 3 like Ace, he hadn't anticipated that Mika was already a level 4, and Ermid and Melly were on the verge of reaching the same level. Seeing the astonishment in Finn's eyes, Mika offered a casual explanation. I have a unique skill that accelerates the growth of my familia members. This was the excuse he had prepared in advance. After all, they couldn't reveal their ability to travel between worlds and train in accelerated time. That would cause an uproar among Orario's gods. Of course, he couldn't claim it was a shareable skill either, as that would attract unwanted attention from other familias. So, he attributed it to a unique, familia-specific skill. This way, any prying eyes would focus on him alone, sparing Ermid and Melly from unwanted scrutiny. Now, as a level 4 adventurer, Mika was no longer the weakling he once was. He no longer feared any unwanted attention. He could escape at any moment if needed. Is that so? Finn remarked, intrigued by Mika's explanation. It makes me want to steal you away for the Loki familia. Mika simply smiled, offering no response. He knew Finn was joking. In this time of conflict with the dark faction, Finn, as the commander, wouldn't do anything to create internal strife. As for after the great feud? By then, Mika would likely have grown strong enough to fear no one. Seeing Mika's smile, Finn shook his head and shifted the topic back to the matter at hand. Level 4 and Level 3, hey. It seems the entire Yahweh familia will need to participate in this mission. Finn said with a slight smile. What do you mean? Mika's expression turned serious upon hearing that his entire familia was required. Don't worry, it wouldn't be any fun to spoil the surprise just yet. Finn stood up from his chair. Let's go. The other familias should have assembled by now. It's time we joined them. You'll learn about our destination when we get there. With that, Finn led Mika out of the meeting room and down a corridor to a much larger conference room. Numerous individuals were already waiting inside. Mika recognized them all at a glance. Riverial Joe's Alf and Gareth Landrock from the Loki familia. Otter from the Freya familia. Shakti Varma from the Ganesha familia. Elise Laval from the Astria familia. Even Tsubaki Kalbrand from the Hephaestus familia was present. Along with Finn and Mika, who had just arrived, these were all the attendees in the conference room. Finn, you're finally here, Riveria said with a serious expression as she approached Finn. Apologies, I was having a chat with Mika. If this matter is confidential, let's proceed quickly. Our prolonged absence from the banquet will raise suspicions, Shakti suggested, her tone equally serious. Meanwhile, Elise beckoned Mika with a playful wink. Mika immediately joined Elise and Shakti. Don't worry, Loki should be giving a speech at the banquet right now, capturing everyone's attention. No one will notice our absence. However, just in case, I won't waste any time. Let's get straight to the point. There's only one reason I've gathered you all here today. I intend to organize a joint expedition comprised of elite members from all the familias present. We will explore the dungeon together. A joint expedition into the dungeon. Finn's words were met with silence. However, the room was filled with the captains of Orario's most prominent familias, each a shrewd and calculating individual. As they pondered Finn's proposal, various thoughts and theories began to form in their minds. Finn, are you suggesting our current fighting strength is insufficient, to the point where we need to organize an elite team to level up? Shakti asked, surprised. In their battles against the Dark Faction, the guild-led familias had always held the upper hand. Though the threat posed by the Dark Faction was significant, it hadn't reached a critical level. Furthermore, as time went on, the danger posed by the Dark Faction had diminished considerably, and their influence was expected to continue waning. After all, hidden in the shadows, they couldn't develop as smoothly as the established familias. That's right, Finn confirmed. This is related to some intel we've received. He then gestured towards Mika. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to him. Does this have something to do with you, Mika? Shakti asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Indeed, Mika replied. Inwardly cursing Finn for shifting the spotlight onto him, he explained, I encountered Zald and Alfia near Orario's outer walls. Zald and Alfia. The mere mention of those familiar names caused a stir in the previously quiet conference room. Mika, are you certain it was them? Shakti pressed, her voice laced with disbelief. The Ganesha familia had a long and storied history, and their archives contained records from various eras. As the recently appointed captain of the Ganesha familia, Shakti was well versed in the legends of Zald and Alfia. They were legendary figures who had conquered two of the three great trials. Yes, it was them, Mika affirmed. He reached behind him and removed the shield bearing the Hera familia's crest. Actually, my parents were members of the Hera familia. I see. You're a descendant of the Hera familia, Shakti said, a hint of concern in her voice. She knew that neither Mika nor Finn would fabricate such a claim. Finn, are you saying that you are certain these two will be our adversaries? It's highly likely, Finn replied with a wry smile. Judging by the Dark Faction's recent actions, they must have found a definitive way to gain an advantage over us. And yet, these two individuals have secretly infiltrated Orario. I can't think of any other possibility besides them being the Dark Faction's trump card. The others nodded in agreement. After the Zeus and Hera familia's failed expedition to slay the Black Dragon and their subsequent departure from Orario, the Dark Era known as the Great Feud had begun. That period was the Dark Faction's heyday, coinciding with the weakest point of Orario's other familias. However, with the passage of time, Orario's familias gradually grew stronger, driving the Dark Faction back into the shadows. Considering the disparity in resources, the Dark Faction's power was expected to dwindle. They had gradually lost the ability to directly challenge Orario's might. Now, they could only resort to petty schemes and ambushes, inflicting minor setbacks and losses upon the established familias. They were incapable of truly crippling their opponents. Yet, despite this, they had become increasingly bold in recent times. It seemed as if the Dark Faction, once driven back into obscurity, was showing signs of resurgence. This perplexed the leaders of Orario's familias. Where did they find the courage? However, the presence of Zald and Alfia explained everything. They had gained the power to challenge Orario's strongest familias. These were heroes of the past. Zald, the Glutton, and Alfia, the Silence, both level 7. In the current era, where most of Orario's high-ranking adventurers were level 5, with only Otter having achieved level 6, the combined might of two top-tier level 7 adventurers was immeasurable. Without proper preparation, encountering them unexpectedly would likely result in certain death. As the room fell silent, Finn clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back to him. Our destination is the 49th floor of the dungeon, the domain of the floor boss, Baylor. Baylor, the floor boss of the 49th floor. The mere mention of that name sent shivers down their spines. Floor bosses were powerful, monstrous beings residing within the dungeon. Their immense strength and massive size made them formidable opponents, even for adventurers of comparable levels. Defeating a floor boss required a coordinated effort from a large, organized group of adventurers. What was even more terrifying was the unpredictable nature of a floor boss's location. They didn't always reside on the floors corresponding to their level. The first floor boss encountered in the dungeon was Goliath on the 17th floor. The 12 floors between the 13th and 24th floors were typically the domain of level 2 adventurers. Yet, Goliath, a level 4 monster, resided within this range. Further down, on the 27th floor, was the Amphisbena, a level 5 floor boss. On the 37th floor resided Udius, a level 6 floor boss. And Finn's target, Baylor, a level 7 floor boss, dwelled on the 49th floor. It was worth noting that these levels referred to the floor boss's potential ability levels. Their actual combat strength far surpassed that of adventurers of the same level. Battling a floor boss was a test of endurance. They possessed massive bodies that could withstand conventional attacks and seemingly limitless stamina. Even the combined magical firepower of multiple mages wouldn't be enough to quickly defeat such an opponent. Unless the adventurer's levels significantly exceeded that of the floor boss, any tactical approach would inevitably devolve into a war of attrition. In the future, even a seasoned expedition team from the Loki Familia, comprising 3 level 6 adventurers, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, along with 4 other level 5 adventurers, had to rely on attrition to defeat the level 6 Udius. Even then, they relied heavily on Finn's exceptional leadership and strategic prowess. However, Finn's current target was the level 7 Baylor, and the team he could assemble now was far less powerful than the future Loki Familia expedition. Furthermore, the most crucial factor was the dungeon's depth. The 49th floor was uncharted territory, a depth no Familia had reached in the current era. Chapter 124 An Alliance for the Deepest Depths. Once upon a time, under the leadership of the Zeus and Hera Familius, Orario delved deeper and deeper into the dungeon. No one knew the exact depths they reached. But they certainly ventured beyond the 49th floor. However, in the present, with both the Zeus and Hera Familius gone, Orario, led by the Loki and Freya Familius, hadn't even reached the 49th floor. This was partly due to the current generation of adventurers still developing their strength, but more significantly, it was because of the disruption caused by the Dark Faction. As the saying goes, to fight external threats, one must first quell internal strife. With Orario's internal conflicts far from resolved, the 2 leading Familius couldn't afford to dedicate resources to dungeon exploration. Especially recently. Under pressure from the Dark Faction, the various Familius had even halted their regular dungeon expeditions. Instead, their efforts were focused on patrolling Orario. This highlighted just how extraordinary the achievements of the 2 former leading Familius had been. Finn, isn't this too risky? The thought of reaching the 49th floor made Shakti's head spin. The 49th floor of the dungeon. Even the average monster there boasted stats approaching level 5. As a level 4 adventurer, she wasn't sure if she could contribute meaningfully in such a dangerous environment. Simply avoiding becoming a burden would be a challenge. Seeing Shakti's worried expression, Finn understood her concerns. Shakti wasn't afraid of death, she simply didn't want to hinder their progress. Don't lose heart, Shakti. Finn said reassuringly. I don't believe Baylor is stronger than Zald and Alfia, even though they are all level 7. Everyone present agreed with Finn's assessment. While the strength of floor bosses typically surpassed that of adventurers at the same level, there were exceptions. Those exceptions were individuals who defied expectations, who possessed extraordinary abilities. Zald and Alfia were undoubtedly among the most exceptional individuals in Orario's history. Alfia, in particular, was hailed as the embodiment of talent by the gods. Though both were level 7, their true strength far exceeded their official ranking. Moreover, there were 2 of them. If we can't even defeat Baylor, how can we hope to defeat Zald and Alfia? Finn asked, looking at the expressions on everyone's faces. A smile suddenly spread across his face. Of course, fighting Baylor isn't your task. Baylor is our target. Finn glanced at Otter, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Everyone finally understood. Then what is our role? Elise inquired. As Shakti had pointed out, she, a level 4 adventurer, would be of little use in a battle against Baylor. The same applied to Elise, who was currently level 3. To increase your levels, of course. Finn explained. Besides Baylor, according to our intel, several other floor bosses, excluding Goliath, are still active. We intend to use this opportunity to help you gain strength. Even if our plan succeeds, when the decisive battle begins, the rest of us will likely be occupied fighting Zald and Alfia. That would leave a void in our high-level combat power. We need you to level up quickly and take our place in the fight against the Dark Faction's strongest members. I see. Finn's explanation made everything clear. Originally, Orario's familias held a significant advantage over the Dark Faction, both in terms of high-level and average combat strength. However, with the emergence of Zald and Alfia, all level 5 and above adventurers would likely be needed to confront them. Since they were outmatched in individual strength, they had to rely on numbers. This would create a shortage of powerful adventurers to combat the remaining members of the Dark Faction. Therefore, Finn planned to take a group of promising adventurers with them into the deeper levels of the dungeon. Oh, I didn't expect that. It seems like a great opportunity for us, Tsubaki chuckled. Shakti and Elise also smiled. This was undoubtedly a beneficial arrangement for them. That being said, it won't be easy. Besides leveling up, you'll also be responsible for carrying a significant amount of supplies. The floor bosses on the earlier levels are predictable, they remain in fixed locations. However, according to information I received from the guild, the floor boss on the 49th floor doesn't have a fixed location. It roams throughout the entire floor. And the 49th floor is quite vast. We'll likely spend a considerable amount of time searching for it. Furthermore, with our continuous battles against floor bosses, we can't afford to run out of restorative potions. Therefore, we'll need to carry a substantial amount of supplies. Don't worry, we might not be much help in the fight against Baylor, but carrying supplies is no problem for us, Shakti assured him. Excellent, Finn replied, satisfied. Prioritize mental recovery potions. Ermit's magic, Dia Fertel, is a large-scale healing spell that can also provide continuous treatment. Furthermore, her magic can also detoxify, cleanse abnormal statuses, and restore stamina. Therefore, as long as we ensure her mental recovery, she alone can handle all of our healing needs. Mika carefully explained the effects of Ermit's magic. Since they had already revealed their hidden strength to Finn, he felt comfortable disclosing other information that couldn't be concealed. In the past, Ermit had never used her magic to its full potential. Capable of using the individual effects of her magic separately, she had always disguised herself as an ordinary healer. However, once the war began, abilities like her magic's true effects would become impossible to hide. It was better to reveal them now and increase their strategic value. What? Ermit's magic can do all that? Elise asked, surprised. She had frequently fought alongside Ermit. That's right. We've been concealing our true strength. I'm actually a level 4 adventurer, while Melly and Ermit are level 3. Since their true strength would eventually be revealed, Mika decided to be upfront about it. Hey! I thought Yahweh-sama only descended a few years ago. Elise asked, flustered as she looked at Mika. Are you all geniuses? Something like that. That's precisely why we've been hiding our strength. Everyone finally understood. Excellent. This significantly increases our chances of success. Upon hearing Mika's explanation, Finn immediately recognized the importance of Ermit's magic. This miraculous power might very well be the key to their expedition's success. The banquet hall buzzed with lively chatter and laughter as familia captains and their deities mingled. In a quiet, secluded corner, Mika, Elise, and Shakti conversed in hushed tones. According to Finn's requirements, only Ryuhu, Gajano, and I can participate in this expedition, Elise said with a sigh of frustration. Such a valuable opportunity, yet they couldn't fully capitalize on it. Finn had stipulated that only level 3 adventurers close to leveling up were eligible. The Astria Familia hadn't been established for very long. They only had 3 level 3 adventurers. Our familia can send everyone, Mika said with a smug grin. Your familia only has 3 members. What's there to brag about? Elise retorted, feeling a pang of jealousy. Despite the Yahweh familia being even younger than the Astria familia, their members' growth was astonishing. Elise had been utterly shocked when Mika revealed his, Meli's, and Ermid's levels earlier. We have plenty of eligible members in our familia, Shakti chimed in, instantly capturing Mika and Elise's attention. They suddenly remembered that the Ganesha familia was considered the third largest familia in Orario. A wave of envy washed over them. Having a large number of members had its advantages. They could take full advantage of opportunities like this. Noticing their envious gazes, Shakti shook her head, understanding their thoughts. However, I don't intend to bring any level 3 adventurers. Why not? Elise asked curiously. There's no need. If our level 3 adventurers want to level up, the other level 4s and I can easily support them. Not to mention, after this expedition, we might even have a few new level 5s. Damn, that's the advantage of a large familia. Mika and Elise grumbled through gritted teeth. Unlike the well-established Ganesha familia, both the Astria and Yahweh familias were still in their early stages of development. Unlike the Ganesha familia's balanced distribution of members across different levels, their own familias lacked the same depth of experience in higher-level members. Therefore, they had to rely on themselves to achieve further growth. Their seniors could offer little assistance. Besides, since this operation requires secrecy, and we might be in the dungeon for a considerable amount of time, we can't mobilize too many members. After all, the Ganesha familia bears the responsibility of maintaining peace in Orario. Mika and Elise were filled with respect upon hearing Shakti's words. Don't worry, Shakti. The Astria familia will always support you. The Yahweh familia as well. Thank you. Shakti smiled at their sincerity. But do you have enough valis to prepare the necessary supplies? Elise's face fell. As per Finn's instructions, to maintain secrecy, they had to purchase supplies separately. Finn had distributed a list of required supplies to each familia. And they had to cover the costs themselves. They couldn't expect the Loki familia to shoulder the expenses while they reaped the benefits. This was a joint expedition, after all. What's wrong? Are your funds tight? Shakti asked, concerned. Indeed. We aren't a large familia, after all. We're still in our early stages, and there are many things we need to purchase. Moreover, because the children in our familia are so talented, we replace their equipment frequently. Add to that the cost of maintenance, and our funds are quite strained, Elise explained with a sigh. We can lend you some, Mika offered with a gentle smile. Mika? Do you have ample funds? Shakti was even more puzzled. Logically, the Yahweh familia, also in its early stages, should be in a similar financial situation as the Astria familia. We do have sufficient funds. After all, we don't have the same expenses you mentioned. Due to our small size, we haven't considered relocating to a larger home. Moreover, I forge and maintain our equipment myself, so we don't have any additional expenses. Mika said proudly, glancing at a stunned Elise. While his words were technically true, they weren't entirely accurate. Besides the equipment Mika crafted himself, they also commissioned pieces from the Goibniu familia. Their wealth primarily stemmed from Gabriel's resourcefulness. Damn it! Why are you both so fortunate? Elise grumbled enviously. Fortunate? What's there to be envious about, Elise? A familiar voice called out from behind them. Turning around, Elise saw Astria approaching, accompanied by Yahweh. Lady Astria. Yahweh-sama. What are you doing here? Mika, Elise, and Shakti straightened up, their expressions turning serious upon seeing their deities. The banquet is almost over. We came to find you so we can leave, Astria explained. Oh, is it over already? The three adventurers glanced towards the banquet hall, noticing that the number of attendees had indeed dwindled. Time flies, doesn't it? I should go find Lord Ganesha as well. With that, Shakti bid them farewell and departed. Let's go as well. We have a lot to prepare for tonight. Indeed. Mika and Elise exchanged glances, smiling as they escorted their respective goddesses back to their familia homes. What? Reaching the 49th floor? Finn is playing a dangerous game. Back at the Yahweh familia home, Melly exclaimed in surprise after hearing Mika's explanation. The 49th floor. That was deep within the upper levels of the dungeon. Even the average monsters there had level stats nearing level 5. To them, that environment was like hell. However, I must admit, this is the best course of action for you right now. Nothing provides a greater sense of security than increasing your own strength. Once Finn and the others reach level 6 and attain the hero's realm, the gap between you and Alfia will narrow significantly. True. Mika, Melly, and Ermid nodded in agreement with Yahweh's words. This was undoubtedly their best option. Chapter 125 Plans and Potions. Looking forward to the future. 300 mental health potions, 100 stamina health potions, and 20 panaceas. As per the list, we've purchased all the necessary potions, Ermid announced with a smile, placing the purchased items on the table. Combined with the potions I've crafted, we're well stocked in that department. Thanks to you, Ermid, we've saved a considerable amount of money, Mika said, taking the list from Ermid and praising her with a smile. Due to their mystery ability, Mika, Ermid, and Melly each had their own preferred crafting skills. Mika specialized in blacksmithing. Ermid focused on potion making. When Ermid leveled up, she initially intended to choose mixing, a development ability that would enhance her potion crafting skills. However, the emergence of healing altered her plans. Faced with the choice between improving her healing abilities to better protect her companions and pursuing her passion for potion making, Ermid prioritized the former. Nevertheless, thanks to her diligence and the influence of mystery, her potion-making skills had steadily improved. The potions Mika and the others typically used were crafted by Ermid. If not for the urgency of the current situation and the sheer quantity of potions required, Ermid could have fulfilled the entire order herself. While it's true that we've saved money, we don't have many expenses, Yahweh remarked, thinking of the mountain of Valis in her possession. When will this cursed great feud finally end? We're in a situation where we have money but nowhere to spend it. The rise of the dark factions had severely disrupted Orario's economy. There were no opportunities for extravagant spending in the current state of the city. Of course, the Ishtar Familia's entertainment district was an exception. However, Mika wouldn't dare to venture into such establishments. If he did, his companions would undoubtedly subject him to a harsh judgment. Besides, in terms of quality, none in the entertainment district could compare to the beauties within his own familia. If he desired excitement, he could always visit Melly in his dreams. Compared to her real-world counterpart, her dream self was incredibly uninhibited. Perhaps that was her true nature? Mika couldn't help but recall the legends of Merlin, a figure notorious for his licentiousness. If we have nowhere to spend it, then let's save it, Mika suggested enthusiastically. Once we've completely dealt with the dark factions, we'll buy a large estate and enjoy a comfortable life. A large estate? I like that idea. Very much. Melly exclaimed. I'll definitely build several laboratories, a potion-making room for Ermid, and a smithy for Mika. That way, we won't have to complain about the lack of space in our rooms. It would be even more fun if we could replicate the recreational facilities from other worlds on our estate, Melly added excitedly. Ermid's eyes lit up at Melly's suggestion. As their crafting skills developed, their collection of materials, samples, books, and various other items had gradually encroached upon their living space. Mika, in particular, still lacked a dedicated smithy. Every time Yahweh and the others suggested purchasing a smithy, he refused, claiming he would build one within their future familia home. However, the timeline for acquiring a new home remained uncertain. It seemed that frugality was ingrained in Mika's very being. In his previous life, Mika had never hesitated to spend money in games. However, when it came to ordering takeout, he would avoid any place with a delivery fee exceeding 2 units. He was that thrifty. Then it's settled, Mika declared, noticing the hopeful look in Ermid's eyes. With that topic established, they immediately shifted their focus to discussing the design and layout of their future familia estate. They even started sketching blueprints, their excitement palpable. It was only after they had thoroughly planned every detail of their future home that they remembered their initial discussion about resource preparation. Speaking of which, Mika, didn't you go to the Loki familia this morning? What's the plan? Melly asked, steering the conversation back on track after a moment of awkward silence. Ah, that, Mika said, straightening up and adopting a serious tone. According to Finn and the others, the 2 major familias participating in this operation are Finn, Riveria, and Gareth from the Loki familia, and Otter, Alan, Hogni, and Haydeen from the Freya familia. The 2 familias are going all out. Melly exclaimed in surprise. These were the elite forces of the 2 most powerful familias in Orario. With the Freya and Loki familias reigning supreme, these 7 adventurers represented Orario's strongest fighting force. Among them, Otter was level 6, while the others were all level 5. They were the only known first-tier adventurers in Orario. Currently, no other familia openly boasted any level 5 or 6 adventurers. Of course. After all, if we encounter Zald and Alfia, they'll be our main fighting force. If we don't give it our all now, we'll be risking our lives later. Mika was well acquainted with these individuals. Currently, they were the only first-tier adventurers in Orario, and 7 years later, they would be the only level 6 adventurers remaining. They were undoubtedly the elite of Orario. They would also be the main force in the upcoming expedition to defeat the Baylor, and the key to its success. If they could level up during this operation, having 1 level 7 and 6 level 6 adventurers would significantly alleviate the pressure on Orario. Even though Zald and Alfia were currently weakened and no longer at their peak, the gap between level 7 and level 5 was still immense. Otter, alone level 6, would be severely outmatched. Furthermore, both Zald and Alfia were exceptional even among level 7 adventurers. What about the rest of us, the supporting cast? Melly asked with a chuckle. Elise, Gajano, Ryuha from the Astria familia. From the Ganesha familia, besides Shakti, there are 3 level 4 adventurers, though I'm not familiar with them. Besides us, there's also Tsubaki Kalbrand from the Hephaestus familia, Mika concluded. Since the Yahweh familia had only begun to demonstrate their strength in the last 6 months, their familiarity with the Astria and Ganesha familias was relatively recent. The Astria familia was small, and since the 2 familias had formed an alliance, they knew each other quite well. As for the Ganesha familia, Mika was only acquainted with Shakti and a few of her close companions. Tasked with maintaining peace in Orario, the Ganesha familia, known as the city's military police, had an incredibly demanding workload. Therefore, Mika wasn't familiar with the other skilled members of their familia. However, after discussing the matter with Finn, it seems Shakti is considering going alone, Mika revealed. Why? Ermit asked, surprised. Melly, however, seemed to have an inkling of the reason. Is it because of secrecy? She inquired. Exactly, Mika confirmed. Unlike us, the Ganesha familia is far too conspicuous. Their movements are likely being monitored. While the Loki and Freya familias hold leadership positions among the various familias, it's the Ganesha familia that stands out the most. Precisely, Melly added, quickly grasping Shakti's reasoning. If we were to use an analogy, the adventurers led by the 2 major familias are the army, while the Ganesha familia are the police. Unless the Dark faction launches a large-scale attack, it's usually the Ganesha familia, along with other allied familias, who handle most situations. The adventurers from the 2 major familias are stationed centrally, ready to provide support. However, except in cases of large-scale attacks by the Dark faction, the top-tier combatants from the 2 major familias are kept in reserve to prevent the enemy from using diversionary tactics. Therefore, their absence for a short period wouldn't attract much attention. But the Ganesha familia is different. They patrol the streets daily, and the Dark faction is likely aware of their patrol routes. If their members were to suddenly disappear, the Dark faction would definitely become suspicious. After all, these were level 4 adventurers. If the Dark faction became alerted and staged an incident as a test, they would easily discover the weakened state of the major familias. That would be disastrous. Therefore, Shakti is considering going alone. However, the matter hasn't been finalized yet. That makes sense. Shakti is the captain of the Ganesha familia, and her usual role is to remain at headquarters, ready to provide support. So, her absence for a short time wouldn't be an issue. I see, Ermit said, finally understanding the situation thanks to Mika and Melly's explanation. The Ganesha familia wasn't ideally suited for this type of operation. However, excluding them entirely wouldn't be appropriate, given their status as a pillar of Orario. Mika suspected that Finn was likely struggling with this dilemma. Shakti, considering these factors, had likely volunteered to go alone. However, the final decision would depend on their discussions. Speaking of Tsubaki, I'm still surprised by her, Melly remarked as Mika pondered the situation. The Hephaestus familia is a commercial familia, yet they managed to cultivate such a powerful adventurer. It's truly astonishing. If she had joined an exploration-focused familia, she might already be level 5 by now. Mika also recalled Tsubaki Kalbrand. As the sole member from a commercial familia participating in this operation, her presence was unique. Generally, most adventurers in commercial familius were level 1. After all, their primary focus was on crafting and selling goods. They rarely had the time for dungeon exploration like other adventurers. Of course, there were exceptions. For instance, blacksmiths and alchemists. Due to the blacksmith and mixing development abilities, which significantly enhanced the quality of equipment and potions respectively, these specialists needed to reach level 2 to improve their craft. But that was the extent of their leveling needs. Further advancement wasn't necessary. Blacksmiths, due to their physically demanding work, might have the opportunity to level up before retirement. In such cases, they might occasionally venture into the dungeon. However, years of focusing on their craft often resulted in a decline in their combat skills. This made it difficult for them to achieve feats worthy of leveling up. Therefore, level 3 and above adventurers were rare in commercial familius. However, Tsubaki was an exception. She was currently level 4 and would eventually reach level 5. This was because she had a habit of personally testing the quality of her crafted weapons in the dungeon. This meant she spent more time in the dungeon than other commercial blacksmiths. But that was the extent of her dungeon exploration. The time Tsubaki spent in the dungeon was far less than that of dedicated exploration-type adventurers, not even a fraction. Yet, she had managed to reach level 4 and would eventually reach level 5. This could only be attributed to her exceptional talent. She possessed the natural aptitude for dungeon exploration. It was a shame she had chosen blacksmithing. That's why Melly felt it was a waste of her potential. If she had joined the Loki or Freya familius, or even an ordinary familia, with regular dungeon exploration, she would likely be level 5 by now. And in the future, she might even have the potential to reach level 6 or even level 7. There's no need for regret. After all, this is the path she chose. Rather than becoming a world-renowned adventurer, she preferred to become a world-renowned blacksmith. One's passion is paramount. Look at her now. She's the most skilled blacksmith in Orario, perhaps even the entire world. She's reached the pinnacle of her chosen field. If she had become an adventurer, she likely wouldn't surpass those 7 monsters from the Loki and Freya familius. In that sense, perhaps it would have been a greater waste for her to become an adventurer, Mika remarked with a smile. Melly was taken aback by Mika's words. Upon reflection, she realized he was right. In the current Orario, apart from the gods with blacksmithing-related divinities, no mortal or other race could surpass Tsubaki's skills. She was undoubtedly the greatest blacksmith in Orario, and possibly the world. I was being foolish, Melly admitted, shaking her head. I was too focused on strength. Tsubaki's talent in blacksmithing far surpasses her potential as an adventurer. She's a multi-talented genius. Chapter 126 The Goddess's Personal Massage. Our familia is rich. The expedition is set for 3 days from now, Mika announced to Ermid, Melly, and Yahweh after relaying the information he received from Finn. According to Finn's instructions, we'll be moving at night. There's no specific departure time, but discretion is paramount. We'll rendezvous at the passage leading from the 24th floor to the 25th floor, then proceed deeper into the dungeon together. The 24th floor? Why not meet on the 18th floor? I thought large familias like the Loki familia usually split up and regroup on the 18th floor, Yahweh questioned. Because that's too conspicuous. This is a covered operation, after all, Melly explained. Those on the 18th floor are far too familiar with us high-level adventurers who frequent the deep levels, and we're quite familiar with them as well. Lingering on the 18th floor would risk exposing our identities. Exactly, Mika added. Although we'll be wearing cloaks to conceal our appearances until we reach the 37th floor, that will only deceive strangers. Those familiar with us would easily see through the disguise. Especially considering they're all well-known adventurers in the dungeon. I see, Ermid nodded in understanding. So, you all understand the details. Understood. Ermid and Melly replied in unison. Good. Continue gathering the necessary supplies. While we've already prepared the items Finn requested, it's best to have extra provisions stored in Gabriel's dimensional pocket, just in case. After all, we're venturing into uncharted territory, embarking on an unprecedented mission. We can never be too prepared. Despite their rapid fauna level increases, Mika, Ermid, and Melly hadn't actually spent much time exploring the dungeon, especially after their return from the Type Moon world. They had dedicated themselves to maintaining Orario's safety and hadn't ventured into the dungeon since. While other adventurers used their free time to delve into the dungeon and improve their skills, Mika and his companions didn't have that need. They had alternative methods of gaining strength and had focused their efforts on battling the dark factions. This was one of the reasons why they had gained such renown in Orario in such a short time. Understood. Ermit and Melly responded seriously. But where are you going, Mika? Melly asked, sensing his intention to leave. I'm going to deliver some money to Elise and her familia, Mika replied with a smile. Remember during the banquet when I mentioned lending money to Elise and the others? I ran into her at the Loki familia today, and she started complaining about how this expedition had drained their funds, asking for a larger loan. So, I'm going to deliver the money to them. Since they're our allies, I won't charge any interest. Hearing Mika's explanation, Ermid and Melly imagined Elisa's reaction and chuckled. Adventuring wasn't a particularly lucrative profession in Orario. Nearly half of Orario's adventurers were level 1, and their primary source of income was hunting weaker monsters in the upper levels of the dungeon, where space was limited. The dungeon's structure resembled a cone. The closer a level was to the surface, the smaller its area. The deeper one ventured, the larger the dungeon became. The first floor was only about the size of the central plaza above ground. However, by the 30th floor, the dungeon's area was nearly equivalent to the entire city of Orario. Therefore, the majority of adventurers competed for limited resources in the most cramped sections of the dungeon, battling the weakest monsters for meager rewards. To increase their income, adventurers had to increase their strength and undertake greater challenges. This meant upgrading their equipment and purchasing more potions, all of which were expensive. Decent weapons cost tens of thousands of valis, while third-tier equipment cost millions. First-tier equipment started at tens of millions. The executives of the Loki familia, for example, wielded weapons worth no less than 100 million valis. And that was just for weapons. Therefore, adventurers who didn't level up struggled to earn a decent living. However, leveling up came with its own set of expenses, as the cost of weapons, armor, potions, and other consumables could quickly deplete their funds. In short, the stronger an adventurer became, the greater their expenses. Familias like the Loki familia incurred significant costs for every dungeon expedition. Their profitability depended entirely on the spoils they obtained. In the future, when the Loki familia encountered a new type of monster on the 51st floor and their weapons were destroyed, they returned to the surface facing financial hardship. Even the future leading familia of Orario, the Loki familia, experienced financial difficulties. Then you should hurry up and go. Ermid said with a grin. By the way, how are you planning to transport all that valis? The existence of Gabriel's dimensional pocket was still a secret, so Mika couldn't simply bring Gabriel to the Astria familia and have her pull the money out of her pocket. Don't worry, I've already rented a carriage and prepared a chest for the valis. I'll go put the valis in the chest then. Gabriel said, flying off. By the way, how much did the Astria familia borrow? Gabriel called out, suddenly flying back. How much did they borrow? Mika chuckled. When I asked Elise, she was hesitant and couldn't give me a clear answer. She wavered between 20 and 30 million, unsure of how much to ask for, seemingly worried about burdening us. So, I just offered her 100 million valis. Oh, 100 million valis? Understood. Gabriel nodded slightly before heading towards the courtyard. Ermid, Melly, and Yahweh remained unfazed by the amount, continuing their quiet conversation. Wait, 100 million valis? And you guys didn't even react? Mika asked, bewildered. When I mentioned that number, Finn and Riveria were both shocked. But 100 million valis isn't that much for us, the three replied innocently. Looking at their nonchalant expressions, Mika recalled his familia's vast fortune. Thinking of their billions of valis, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, I can't feel any emotional response either. These familias are somehow poor. If the members of the Loki and Astria familias overheard Mika's thoughts, they'd likely want to throttle him. Not everyone had the luxury of prioritizing combat over collecting magic stones like his familia. Furthermore, Mika, Ermid, and Melly possessed exceptional crafting skills, allowing them to avoid the significant expenses associated with equipment and other necessities. This resulted in a consistent surplus of valis. Over time, this surplus had grown into a considerable fortune. Putting these thoughts aside, Mika departed from his familia's home and headed towards the Astria familia's base. He drove the carriage alone, even Gabriel remained behind. In Orario, Mika, Ermid, and Melly only allowed Gabriel to manifest when they were exploring the dungeon. Otherwise, she remained concealed. Although the gods no longer possessed their divine powers, their experience and discerning eyes remained sharp. Hephaestus, for example, while unable to forge divine weapons without her powers, remained unparalleled in crafting weapons for mortals. Only her fellow smith gods could rival her, not humans or other terrestrial races. Occasional appearances by Gabriel might go unnoticed, but her constant presence would be a sign of disrespect, especially bringing her to visit the homes of other deities. Soon, Mika arrived near the Astrea Familia's base and spotted a girl pacing anxiously by the entrance. He recognized her as Nese Rankit, a member of the Astrea Familia. Over the past 6 months, Mika had become quite familiar with the members of the Astrea Familia. As Mika spotted Nese, she, in turn, saw him. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly retreated inside. She ran back in. Shouldn't she be coming out to greet me? Mika muttered, slightly perplexed. He surmised the reason for her hasty retreat. While 100 million valis might be a trifling sum for Mika and his companions, it represented an immense fortune to the Astrea Familia. Such a substantial loan was a rarity. When Elise returned from the Loki Familia, she was still in a state of disbelief. The other members of the Astrea Familia, noticing her dazed expression, immediately questioned her about what had transpired. Upon learning that Mika had agreed to lend them 100 million valis, the Astrea Familia girls were rendered speechless. A moment of stunned silence was followed by an eruption of joyous shrieks that filled the hall. 100 million! 100 million valis! Just imagine that much money! Oh, gods! I never even dreamed of such a thing. Equipment! I'm buying new equipment! I can finally afford the gear I've always wanted! The excited chatter and celebratory cries brought Elise back to her senses. She immediately dispatched Nese to stand watch at the entrance, instructing her to announce Mika's arrival immediately. Meanwhile, the other Familia members began tidying up their base to make a good impression on their benefactor. Mika, welcome! The moment Mika stopped the carriage at the Astrea Familia's entrance, Elise and several other girls rushed out to greet him. Whoa, isn't this a bit over the top? Mika chuckled, noticing the girls lined up respectfully on either side of the entrance. Not at all. It's perfectly appropriate. From the moment they saw Mika's carriage, an enormous freight wagon, the largest available for rent, Elise and the others knew exactly what it contained. The sight of such a substantial delivery of valis was exhilarating. Elise, in particular, was practically vibrating with excitement. Quickly, quickly, come inside. Elise ushered Mika into the Astrea Familia's base, not forgetting the precious cargo. You girls, unload the chests from the carriage. Yes, Captain. The Astrea Familia members responded in unison. Hey-ah! How is it, Mika? Feeling relaxed? Incredibly relaxed. Mika leaned back against the sofa, thoroughly enjoying the shoulder massage Elise was giving him. Your technique is excellent, Elise. Of course. I learned it from Astrea. Oh? Astrea gives massages. Certainly. Astrea is very kind. She often gives us massages after we return from missions, and we reciprocate. Everyone in our familia is skilled at giving massages, Elise said proudly as she continued working on Mika's shoulders. That's wonderful. Our goddess, Yahweh, is a fantastic cook. She often prepares meals for us, Mika said, a smile touching his lips as he thought of his own goddess. Yes. That's why I admire goddesses like Astrea and Yahweh so much. They're so approachable and down to earth. I'm so fortunate to have met Astrea. Elise declared with heartfelt sincerity. Elise's words resonated with Mika, reminding him of his own encounter with Yahweh. A soft smile touched his lips. Me too, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. Don't think I can't hear you praising me behind my back, Elise. Astrea's sudden voice startled both of them. Mika, caught mid-massage, felt a blush creep up his neck. He quickly sat up, flustered. I wasn't just flattering you, Astrea. There's no need to say it to your face, Elise retorted playfully. Oh, why? Astrea chuckled at Elise's teasing. She then turned to Mika. Why did you sit up? Elise gives the best massages in the familia. Haha, it is quite good, Mika replied, still feeling a bit embarrassed. Just quite good. With a playful smile, Astrea moved to where Elise had been standing and gently pressed Mika back down onto the sofa. She then placed her hands on his shoulders. Goddess Astrea. Mika's voice wavered slightly. Relax. While that amount of Valis might be insignificant to you, it is incredibly important to the Astrea Familia. This is my way of expressing my gratitude. Thank you for helping them during these difficult times. Astrea's fingers began to move across his shoulders. Mika inhaled sharply. A personal massage from a goddess. Was this the Astrea Familia's standard for expressing gratitude? It was surprisingly intimate. He had to admit, though, Astrea's technique was remarkably better than Elise's. Mika marveled inwardly. Chapter 127 and Alfia vs Mika. Woo! The Astrea Familia is amazing. It's practically paradise. Mika couldn't help but express his admiration as he walked home. He had thoroughly enjoyed his time at the Astrea Familia. Imagine that. His own goddess had never given him a shoulder rub, yet he had experienced such hospitality from Astrea. It was pure bliss. A wide smile stretched across Mika's face, and his steps were light and carefree. Hey? What's that? Due to the Astrea Familia's warm reception, Mika hadn't left until after dinner. Astrea's cooking was exceptional. By the time he returned the rented carriage, darkness had completely enveloped the city. On his way back, Mika suddenly spotted a familiar sight. A dilapidated church. It was in such a state of disrepair that it barely offered protection from the elements. But it was unlike any other church. This was where the future hero, Belcranel, and the goddess Hestia would reside. It would serve as their base of operations until their victory against the Apollo Familia in the war game. Of course, this held no significance for Mika. What truly mattered was the church's previous ownership. It had once belonged to the Hera Familia. As a property directly managed by the Hera Familia, this church had witnessed countless weddings and births within the Familia. This was where Mika's parents had exchanged vows. And where he had been born. Since he had been sent to live with his grandfather outside Orario when he was just a toddler, he hadn't visited this place in years. Such nostalgia! Pushing open the decaying doors, Mika stepped into the abandoned church. It's been over a decade since I last came here. If I hadn't stumbled upon it by chance, I wouldn't have even remembered its existence. The memories are so vivid. Mika couldn't help but reminisce as he walked through the dilapidated church. It was a strange twist of fate. This was likely also the place where Belcranel had been born. And in the future, it would be the starting point of his adventurer's journey. So, this is where Goddess Hera was worshipped. Looking up at the worn statue, Mika clasped his hands together and offered a silent prayer. May you bless my journey with smooth sailing. After his prayer, Mika turned and headed towards the exit. However, just as he was about to leave, he stopped abruptly. Something's not right. He quickly turned back, his eyes scanning the surroundings, his brow furrowed in thought. A moment later, his expression relaxed. It's nothing. Just a false alarm. Shaking his head, he turned to leave again. But just as he reached the doorway, a sharp voice rang out. Stop! Upon hearing the command, Mika instinctively stomped his foot and bolted towards the exit. At the same time, his mind raced with frantic thoughts. I'm such an idiot. If something feels off, just leave it. Now I might not even escape. Earlier, as he was leaving, Mika felt a nagging sense that something wasn't right. Worried about the possibility of the dark faction lurking within, he had turned back. He couldn't bear the thought of them defiling this sacred place. But after a quick inspection, a cold sweat trickled down his back. He had found the anomaly. The abandoned church was too clean. As if someone had tidied it up. Not only was the floor spotless, but even the statue of Hera had been meticulously cleaned. The same was true for the ceiling. The dark faction wouldn't bother with such tasks. Even if they used the church as a temporary hideout, they would only clean the floor, neglecting the statue and ceiling entirely. Yet, both were immaculate. Would anyone else do such a thing? Yes. Someone Mika had encountered recently. Alfia. In the current Orario, only the recently returned Alfia would take such care. It couldn't be other remaining members of the Hera Familia. If there were any, they wouldn't have left a gaping hole in the church's roof. Judging by the surrounding traces, the church hadn't been repaired in years. I'm so stupid. As he sprinted towards the exit, Mika berated himself. This is the Hera Familia's church, the place where their members got married and had children. I was born here, and so was Belcranel. But Alfia was also born here. Her parents were married here, and even her beloved younger sister was married and had children here. This place holds sentimental value for me. Wouldn't it also hold significance for Alfia, who has nowhere else to go? There's no doubt about it. This is Alfia's hideout. I walked right into a trap. Despite his inner turmoil, Mika ran as fast as he could. However, just as he reached the church's entrance, a beautiful woman with silver hair and heterochromia eyes blocked his path. Cornered, it seems. No, I have to escape. Mika knew that Alfia was one of the key figures in this conflict between good and evil. He had heard rumors about her having ulterior motives. But regardless of her intentions, she was now an enemy of Orario. Mika couldn't guarantee that she would spare him simply because he was a descendant of the Hera Familia. He likened those with special motives, those who turned from light to darkness, to Ataki Uchiha. Such individuals possessed unwavering ideals. Ideals they were willing to die for. And they wouldn't hesitate to make any sacrifice to achieve those ideals. Mika had discovered Alfia's hideout and possibly even her true identity. This could jeopardize her plans. He wasn't sure if she would let him go, knowing that he could expose her. He couldn't afford to take any chances. Facing Alfia, Mika channeled both magic and Nen into his arm and swung at her. Good. Alfia responded in kind, her fist meeting his. The next moment, Mika's body was sent flying backward. His punch was no match for Alfia's overwhelming strength. Adjusting his posture mid-air, Mika landed gracefully on the ground. Still not enough. Although this encounter with Alfia felt somewhat easier compared to their previous clash, the gap between their strengths remained vast. I'm currently level 4, and each level up grants me extraordinary boosts in strength. Under normal circumstances, I could even arm wrestle a level 5, especially with the dual enhancement of Nen and magic. My current strength is comparable to a level 6 adventurer, but it's still far inferior to Alfia's. Mika frowned as he gazed at the woman before him, a faint smile playing on her lips. Based on his senses, the difference between them wasn't merely the difference between level 6 and level 7 strength. The gap was far greater than he had initially imagined. It seems I underestimated her. As the embodiment of talent, Alfia not only possesses the ability to instantly learn any technique but also receives exceptional boosts with each level up. In other words, her base stats far exceed those of a typical level 7. As expected of someone who could contend with Orario's strongest, the level 9 Empress, even at level 7. Mika winced as he felt the lingering pain in his hand. Oh, you leveled up? You're level 4 now. Alfia, also analyzing the sensation in her hand, chuckled softly. A few days ago, when she first encountered Mika, he was only level 3. Now, he had already reached level 4. You can tell? Mika asked, surprised. He wasn't shocked that Alfia could sense his increased strength. But her ability to accurately pinpoint his level was remarkable. Of course, Alfia replied with a gentle smile. I have my own methods for assessing someone's strength. You, like me, likely receive exceptional stat boosts at each level. I never expected to encounter such a descendant of the Hera Familia after its demise. You recognized my identity earlier, didn't you? Indeed, Aunt Alfia. Mika grinned mischievously. Alfia's eye twitched at the familiar address. The corners of her lips curved into a deceptively sweet smile. I believe I told you years ago not to call me Aunt, didn't I? With those words, Alfia lunged forward. Did you? Perhaps it's been so long that I've forgotten, Mika retorted, swiftly drawing the long sword at his waist. Since Gabriel hadn't accompanied him, Mika couldn't use the noble phantasms he had acquired in the Type Moon world. They were all stored within Gabriel's dimensional pocket. The only weapon he had was the long sword he always carried. The sword his mother had left him. Clang! Alfia's fist collided with Mika's sword, producing a metallic clang. Mika wasn't surprised. The endurance stat in a fauna wasn't simply about stamina. It also enhanced one's physical resilience, acting as a form of defense. Adventurers with high endurance possessed bodies as tough as alloys, making them impervious to ordinary weapons. That was why mages in Orario weren't considered frail. If they put down their staves, they could likely hold their own against warriors. For someone like Alfia, with exceptional stats across the board, there were no exploitable weaknesses. Clang! 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 Mika's long sword danced through the air, a blur of motion. He targeted Alfia's vital points, relentlessly pressing his attack. As their battle intensified, Mika realized that Alfia's martial arts skills were unmatched in Danmachi world. Even compared to the servants of the Type Moon world, she was on par with experts like Siegfried. And this wasn't her limit. Alfia possessed an astonishing learning ability, capable of mastering any technique with just a few glances. In Danmachi world, there weren't many established martial arts lineages. The primary focus was always on battling monsters. Especially during the era of the Zeus and Hera familias, the dark factions were virtually non-existent. Adventurers honed their skills through self-taught combat experience. Everything was learned through trial and error. But Alfia was different. With her innate talent, she had learned and mastered the fighting techniques of numerous powerful adventurers from both the Zeus and Hera familias. Her martial arts prowess was the culmination of these accumulated skills. However, martial arts, for adventurers, were merely supplementary skills. Level, magic, and skills were far more crucial. Therefore, after reaching a certain level of proficiency, Alfia's martial arts skills had plateaued. But today, her skills were evolving once more. What kind of monster is she? Mika was astounded as he witnessed Alfia's rapid improvement during their exchange. Although Mika's base stats were inferior to Alfia's, his near-divine martial arts skills allowed him to hold his own against her. Under Mika's watchful gaze, Alfia continued to grow stronger, her martial arts skills rapidly improving. No, I can't let this continue. Through their battle, Mika had gained a profound understanding of the woman known as the embodiment of talent. She was absorbing the martial arts knowledge he had acquired from other worlds, using it to enhance her own abilities. If he continued this martial arts exchange, he feared her skills would reach the heaven. If that happened, Orario would be doomed. Ignite. With this ring of flames, I command thee. Sheathing his sword, Mika began chanting his magic. Since his sword lacked the unbreakable enchantment, he didn't dare imbue it with his fire magic. If it were destroyed, he wouldn't know what to do. Fire enhancement magic. Alfia frowned as she watched Mika become engulfed in flames. It wasn't because his magic was particularly troublesome. It was because his sudden use of magic had interrupted her learning. She had witnessed an unprecedented level of martial arts skill in Mika, which had piqued her interest. It had rekindled her passion for honing her own martial arts. But Mika's actions had disrupted her focus. Soul stillness. With a soft command, Alfia released a wave of energy that radiated outwards. Instantly, the flames surrounding Mika vanished as if they had never existed. My magic was erased. Mika exclaimed in shock. Chapter 128 Mika Godly Domain. Jealous Goddess. Orario's strongest healer. My magic, it's gone. Sensing his altered state, Mika retreated hastily, shock coursing through him. Upon reaching a relatively safe distance, he stared at his hands in disbelief. This is Alfia's magic. Although he had heard rumors in his past life about Alfia's overpowered abilities, experiencing it firsthand was a different matter altogether. Inwardly, he cursed. Magic that negates magic? How is that even possible? As far as I know, Alfia has 3 magic abilities, and each one is ridiculously overpowered. So, she can use magic, but I can't. Where's the logic in that? Mika stepped back further, his eyes narrowing. He had to find a way to escape. Once he left the church, Alfia would likely cease her pursuit. Since they were still concealing their identities, their plans must not be fully realized. They wouldn't risk exposing themselves prematurely. You've negated my magic. Are you trying to steal my martial arts? Mika asked, resuming his fighting stance, a wry smile playing on his lips. Precisely. Alfia replied without hesitation, a predatory gleam in her eyes. Your martial arts, I see a path to huge power, a way to transcend my current limitations. I see. You also want to reach the godly domain, Mika realized instantly, comprehending Alfia's ambition. Alfia had reached the pinnacle of human potential in martial arts but could not see beyond. Therefore, she hadn't pursued this path further. However, she saw in Mika the possibility of surpassing human limitations. This discovery filled her with excitement. It seems you've already glimpsed that level, Alfia said, her excitement growing as she noted Mika's terminology for the state. The idea of achieving a divine level of martial arts through human effort was exhilarating. Since you understand, then show me your comprehension. With that, Alfia lunged forward, attacking Mika with blinding speed. No, I absolutely cannot reveal any more. If this monster reaches the godly domain, I won't stand a chance. With this thought, Mika abandoned any offensive maneuvers and focused entirely on defense. He activated his transparent world skill to its fullest extent, observing Alfia's every movement to enhance his defensive capabilities. What is this? Alfia was taken aback. She felt as if she were moving through quicksand, unable to exert her full strength. I've been restricted. Alfia quickly understood. So, his greatest strength lies in defense. To enhance this defense, he must have trained under someone even stronger than himself. Who could it be? It must be his goddess, Yahweh. I never expected this newly descended goddess to be a formidable warrior. It seems joining the Yahweh familia was a good choice for Mika. A satisfied smile flickered across Alfia's face, though her expression remained focused as she continued her relentless assault on Mika. Although Mika effortlessly parried each of her attacks, Alfia sensed a peculiar ability emanating from him. It was a power of perception. With this ability, Mika seemed to anticipate her every move. What a fascinating ability! Suddenly, Alfia's aura shifted, her fighting spirit gradually fading. What's happening? As Alfia's presence diminished in his perception, Mika's mind raced. Monster! Freak! How is this even possible? My transparent world isn't a technique, it's a state of being. Can you even instantly learn a state of being? Despite his inner turmoil, Mika's mind remained sharp. He quickly grasped the situation. Alfia's prowess had already reached the pinnacle of human potential, far surpassing the level required to comprehend the transparent world. She hadn't known about it before. But after observing Mika, she had quickly grasped the essence of this profound technique. This can't continue. If this goes on, she'll steal all my secrets. This feels like she's the protagonist, and I'm just a NPC character handing her power UPS. Muttering to himself, Mika retreated rapidly. Wait. I give up. I don't want to fight anymore. You don't get to decide that. Alfia, frustrated by Mika's sudden surrender just as she was on the verge of grasping the ultimate level of martial arts, felt a surge of irritation. She couldn't let him escape now. Suit yourself. I'm done fighting. Even if you kill me, I won't lift a finger. Since he couldn't win and couldn't escape, he might as well try reasoning with her or perhaps try being stubborn. Oh? You'd rather die than continue fighting? Alfia chuckled, observing Mika's defiant stance. The next moment, she lunged towards him. As Alfia approached, Mika remained motionless, his expression serene. However, his heart pounded in his chest, a mixture of excitement and apprehension coursing through him. Mika was gambling, betting that Alfia wouldn't kill him. Even if he lost the bet, it wouldn't be a problem. He had already envisioned a new world in his mind, ready to escape at a moment's notice. It was a win-win situation. However, if he lost, he would be stranded in another world for a considerable amount of time, possibly years. He focused intently on Alfia's movements, every sense heightened. It would be incredibly embarrassing to be caught off guard and killed. Just as Alfia's hand was about to connect with his face, she stopped. How boring. You can leave. Seeing Mika's unwavering resolve not to fight, Alfia waved her hand dismissively. She hadn't intended to fight him in the first place. It was Mika who had initiated the conflict, capturing her attention with his martial arts skills. That was why she had adopted an aggressive stance. I'm leaving then. Seeing Alfia relent, Mika quickly moved towards the church entrance. As Alfia ignored him, he pushed open the doors and stepped outside. Just as he was about to leave the church grounds, Mika turned back and said, in exchange for sparing me, I won't tell anyone you're here. With that, he turned and departed. Not tell anyone I'm here. Seated beside the statue of Hera, Alfia chuckled softly. It seems I can linger here a while longer. Leaning against the statue, she gazed at her hands, recalling the sensations from her recent battle with Mika. She shook her head slightly. Honestly, even on the verge of death, I still cling to these competitive urges. If only I could have glimpsed the godly domain in my prime. Perhaps things would have turned out differently. But now, even the most powerful martial arts are useless. I've reached the end of my journey. Raising her head, she gently caressed the statue of Hera. But the Hera familia, it hasn't completely vanished yet. A contented smile spread across her face. Ugh, that was rough. Hurrying away from the church, Mika winced, feeling the aches and pains throughout his body. Alfia had been holding back during their fight. Perhaps she wanted to observe his martial arts, or maybe there was another reason. Whatever the cause, she had shown restraint. Even so, Mika felt like he had been through a ringer. Is this the embodiment of Orario's talent? I'd rather face a horde of monsters than fight her again. She's a true monster. However, amidst the pain, Mika also sensed a hint of concern from Alfia. She hadn't intended to harm him. So, is that why they did what they did? Because the current Orario lacks the Zeus and Hera Familius. So, others bear the consequences. Unbelievable. Mika shook his head in disbelief. That was one of the reasons he had promised Alfia he wouldn't reveal her location. Besides, even if he informed Finn, there was nothing he could do. With the current strength of Orario's Familius, even if they surrounded Alfia, they couldn't capture her. If she wanted to leave, no one could stop her. Moreover, both the Loki and Freya Familius were preparing for expeditions. Revealing Alfia's presence would only serve to disrupt their preparations and wouldn't achieve anything positive. Time to head back. Mika hastened his steps towards home. I'm still not strong enough, he muttered to himself, clenching his fists. Mika, why are you so late? I thought you were going to stay at the Astrea Familia's place. Hearing the door open, Melly looked up from her seat in the living room, where she had been waiting for Mika's return. She was greeted by the sight of Mika's grim expression. Seeing his face, Ermid, Melly, and Yahweh immediately rose to their feet. What's wrong, Mika? Nothing much. Just ran into Alfia again, Mika replied nonchalantly. What? Mika recounted his encounter with Alfia to his companions. That's incredibly unlucky. Melly exclaimed after hearing his story. However, it wasn't entirely unexpected, Yahweh said thoughtfully. Due to the Hera Familia connection, you and Alfia share a certain bond. Places that hold sentimental value for you might also hold significance for her. Therefore, for the time being, it's best to avoid any locations associated with the Hera Familia, just in case. I understand, Mika nodded slightly. He had come to the same conclusion on his way back. I'll have to be extra cautious from now on. Let me heal you. You said your body aches all over, right? Ermid offered, extending her hand and beginning to chant. Healing drops, tears of light, eternal sanctuary, I call upon the light's symphony. 365 melodies, the calendar of healing shall mend all creation. Come forth, banish the darkness. Seal the wounds, dispel the pain, send curses to the other side, usher in the light's cardinal. In the name of the divine, I heal. Dia Fratel. As Ermid finished her chant, a brilliant light enveloped Mika. A warm sensation spread throughout his body, soothing his aching muscles. A wave of relief washed over him. Ah, that feels so much better. He smiled contentedly and looked up at Ermid. Your healing magic is getting stronger and stronger. Of course. An adventurer's magic improves with their level. Ermid is currently at the peak of level 3, on the verge of reaching level 4. She's Orario's strongest healer. Melly chirped, hugging Ermid's arm. Orario's strongest healer? I'm not that amazing. Yes, you are. Mika joined in the praise. You know, there's no other pure healer in Orario at level 3. Moreover, your healing magic is undoubtedly the most potent in the city. How could you not be Orario's strongest healer? That's not true. Ermid blushed, flustered by their compliments. Observing the scene, Yahweh chuckled. All right, stop teasing Ermid. Mika, she turned to him, a mischievous glint in her eyes, you lent so much money to the Astrea Familia. Didn't they offer anything in return? Anything in return? What do you mean? Mika stammered, suddenly recalling the feeling of Astrea's soft hands on his shoulders. And nothing really. Oh, really? Yahweh's eyes narrowed as she noticed Mika's flustered expression. A playful smile spread across her face, which quickly morphed into a mock frown. Mika, I warned you not to lie to a god. We can see through your deceptions. You remember that quite clearly, don't you? Yet you still chose to lie. What prompted such a decision? Ermid and Melly's gazes sharpened as they listened to Yahweh's words. Realizing he couldn't avoid the topic any longer, Mika sighed and confessed. It was nothing. She just gave me a shoulder massage as a thank you. Oh, is that all? That was thoughtful of Elise, Ermid and Melly said, relieved. After all, they frequently gave Mika massages. Unlike Ermid and Melly, Yahweh considered another possibility. Astria herself did it. Wait, Astria herself gave you a massage? Ermit and Melly exclaimed in surprise. It seems you have some complaints about me, Mika, Yahweh said, a sly smile playing on her lips. She walked over to Mika and stood before him. Allow me to give you a proper massage. No. Please, no. Mika cried out in mock terror. His cries echoed through the Yahweh Familia home. And his ordeal lasted for a very, very long time. Chapter Familius Rendezvous in the Dungeon. Damn, my neck hurts. That goddess, she's never given anyone a massage before, and she decides to use me as a practice dummy. Her hands were so stiff, it felt like she was throwing punches. My poor neck was creaking and cracking the whole time. Bathed in the twilight glow, Mika rubbed his neck, venting his frustration. I'm sorry, Mika. Yahweh-sama forbade me from healing you, Ermid said, averting her gaze. She couldn't bear to meet Mika's eyes. Don't worry about it, Ermid. He deserves it. Who told him to go flirting with another goddess? A jealous goddess is a force to be reckoned with, Melly said with a teasing smile, patting Ermid's shoulder. She winked at Mika, as if hinting at something. What do you mean, flirting? Astria forced herself on me. I couldn't exactly push a goddess away, could I? Mika protested loudly. Is that so? Then why did someone seem to be enjoying it so much? Melly's eyes locked with Mika's, a knowing glint in them. Unable to meet Melly's gaze, Mika turned away, flustered. He couldn't form a coherent response. After all, on the night Yahweh had punished him, Melly had invaded his dreams in Astria's form, teasing and tormenting him relentlessly. So, Melly could easily discern the truth behind Mika's words. Forget it. There's no point arguing with you two, Mika grumbled. That's because you're wrong, Melly retorted playfully. Thus, bickering amongst themselves, the three returned to their familia home. Welcome back. Hearing the door open, Yahweh greeted the returning trio with a warm smile from the courtyard. Dinner's ready. Come and eat. With that, Yahweh returned to the kitchen to bring out the dishes. I'll help you, Yahweh-sama, Ermid offered. I'll get the chairs, Melly chimed in. I'll put our equipment away, Mika added. The three quickly divided the tasks and set about helping Yahweh. Soon, the table in the courtyard was laden with a feast. Why is dinner so extravagant tonight? Mika asked curiously. It's to celebrate your upcoming departure, of course. Tonight's the night you leave for the expedition, Yahweh replied. Mika, Melly, and Ermid's expressions turned serious. Yes, tonight was the night. 3 days had passed in a blink of an eye. The time for the expedition had arrived. Let's eat, Yahweh said. Yes. The three took their seats and began to devour the delicious meal. Soon, the earlier tension dissipated, replaced by lively conversation. Just you wait. When I return, I'll be a level 4 adventurer. Melly declared confidently. Sure, sure. You're amazing, Mika replied teasingly. Is your neck still hurting? It's been 3 days. Have Ermid heal you later. Yes, Yahweh-sama. Don't worry, I'll be protecting you from the rear. We're counting on you, Ermid. Amidst the cheerful banter, dinner quickly came to an end. Afterwards, the three returned to their rooms to make their final preparations. Is everyone ready? Yahweh looked at Mika, Melly, and Ermid, fully equipped and standing before her. Yes, everything's ready. Mika replied. Then I won't say much more. After all, I'll be with you every step of the way, Yahweh said with a gentle smile, stroking Gabriel's hair. In Danmachi world, Yahweh and Gabriel shared the same vision. Yahweh could now accompany Mika and his companions without needing to slumber. Since we're ready, let's depart. With that, Gabriel transformed into a wisp of air and merged with Mika. Let's go. Donning their cloaks and masks, transforming into shadowy figures, the three scaled the wall and left their familia home. As for why they chose to scale the wall, it was, of course, to conceal their identities. If they encountered anyone while leaving through the front gate, their secret would be exposed. They moved stealthily through the darkness. Ermid and Melly activated their abilities, concealing even their auras, completely merging with the shadows. Mika, on the other hand, employed the more potent ability to mask his presence. Thus, unnoticed, the three entered the dungeon. This feels strange, Ermid remarked. indeed. Sneaking around like this is far more exciting than entering the dungeon openly, Melly agreed. I feel it too. Hee. After a brief exchange, the three shifted into combat mode, swiftly navigating the dungeon's corridors. The upper floors of the dungeon were narrow and crowded. Even though it was late at night, they encountered numerous adventurers along the way. However, thanks to their impeccable concealment skills, they remained undetected. Soon, they reached the 17th floor. It's deserted. It seems the Goliath hasn't respawned yet, Ermit observed, looking at the empty chamber leading to the 18th floor. That's because Otter of the Freya Familia personally took care of it yesterday. I heard he eliminated it on his way back from the deep floors, Melly explained. It wasn't just a casual act. Otter did it intentionally. Finn ordered the Freya Familia to monitor the Goliath's respawn and ensure it didn't interfere with tonight's operation, Mika added, recalling Finn's strategic planning. I see. Alright, let's move on. Following Mika's command, the three swiftly traversed the 17th floor and reached the safe zone on the 18th floor. However, they didn't linger, continuing their descent through the 18th floor and into the 19th. But even this wasn't their final destination. They continued their journey until they finally reached the 24th floor. Quickly passing through the 24th floor, they arrived at the passage leading to the 25th. As planned, Mika entered a side passage on the right, leading to a dead-end chamber. It was a chamber rarely visited by adventurers. Within this chamber, 8 figures clad in black robes were either sitting on the ground or leaning against pillars, seemingly waiting for something. Mika and his companion's arrival caught their attention. You're here, Mika. Now we just need the Astrea and Ganesha Familius. Finn rose from the ground, removing his hood, a grin spreading across his face. Hey, you're pretty fast, Mika. Seeing Finn remove his hood, the other 7 followed suit. Tsubaki, while taking off her hood, approached Mika and his companions, greeting them warmly. We're not fast at all, Tsubaki. You're the fast one. Melly teased. Not really. I came with the Loki Familia, so I had a bit of an advantage, Tsubaki replied modestly. I see. Mika nodded slightly. Large Familius like the Loki Familia had a high demand for weapons. Therefore, crafting Familius like the Hephaestus Familia maintained close relationships with large Familius such as the Loki and Freya Familius. In the future, to counter new monsters capable of destroying weapons, the Loki Familia would bring along elite members of the Hephaestus Familia on their expeditions. This demonstrated the strong bond between the two Familias. So, all that's left is the Astrea and Ganesha Familius, right? That's correct. But given their speed, they should arrive soon, Riveria confirmed. Good evening. Melly greeted Riveria cheerfully, hugging her arm. Good evening, Melly, Riveria replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She was incredibly proud of her talented apprentice. After all, Melly rarely caused her any trouble. At this point in time, Riveria was tasked with mentoring Ace. However, the current Ace was vastly different from her future self. She was a rambunctious child, and her impulsive nature often gave Riveria headaches. In contrast, Melly, as her apprentice, was calm and composed, requiring minimal supervision. This stark difference made Riveria appreciate Melly even more. I noticed your intention to conceal your strength before. Considering it was likely a decision made by your familia, I never properly assessed your abilities. This time, allow me to witness your true strength. Please, rest assured, Riveria-san. Melly responded earnestly. However, her serious demeanor quickly shifted to curiosity. Riveria-san, why didn't you bring Ace along? She must be quite upset. Well, Riveria's expression turned grim at the mention of Ace. Indeed, as Melly had guessed, Ace had thrown a tantrum upon learning that Riveria and the others were embarking on an expedition without her. Although they eventually managed to subdue her, the process had been incredibly frustrating. She just reached level 3 and hasn't obtained a single D-rank stat. This expedition wouldn't benefit her in any way and would only put her in danger. That's why I didn't bring her along. Indeed. If there's no need for her to level up, it's best for her to stay behind. Given her personality, she might disobey orders and rush into danger, Melly added, wincing at the thought of Ace's current impulsive behavior. She was incredibly disobedient. That's precisely what we're worried about, Riveria agreed, having experienced Ace's disregard for orders firsthand. Listening to their conversation, Mika couldn't help but smile. Even in the future, Ace would occasionally disobey orders and act on her own whims, often earning Finn's reprimands. If she was like that in the future, her current behavior was even more unpredictable. Footsteps. It's Elise and the others. Shakti is with them too. I didn't expect them to come together. The approaching footsteps interrupted their conversation. However, as Orario's elite adventurers, they could easily identify their companions by their gait. Soon, Elise and her group appeared. Only Shakti came from the Ganesha familia. Melly whispered to Mika using Gabriel's telepathic ability, observing Shakti accompanying the Astria familia. Since this was a joint operation involving 6 familias, it was often difficult to have private conversations. As mentioned before, everyone present was among Orario's strongest adventurers. Even the quietest whispers could be overheard. Therefore, before arriving, Mika had summoned Gabriel and linked everyone through telepathy. As expected of Shakti, she prioritizes Orario's safety over personal gain, Mika remarked with admiration. What are you four doing together? Tsubaki greeted Elise, Shakti, and the others enthusiastically. This surprised Mika. Tsubaki seemed more energetic than usual. If Tsubaki had known Mika's thoughts, she would have likely retorted sharply. Who knew the hardships she had endured? Although Tsubaki had been aware of the strained relationship between the Loki and Freya familias, she hadn't anticipated the extent of their animosity. Before Mika and his companions arrived, she had been caught in the crossfire between the two familias. The palpable tension radiating from both sides had sent shivers down her spine. That was why she was so relieved to see Mika, Elise, Shakti, and the others. We met along the way and decided to come together, Elise replied with a cheerful smile. Good evening, everyone. I'm the only representative from the Ganesha familia participating in this expedition. I hope you don't mind, Shakti announced formally, removing her hood. Not at all, Shakti. We understand you're prioritizing the greater good. No one would fault you for that, Finn reassured her, then addressed the group. Many of us are old friends, but there are some new faces as well. Why don't we introduce ourselves? I am Finn Diamond, the commander of this expedition. Following Finn, Riveria and Gareth also introduced themselves. Seeing that the Loki familia had finished their introductions, the Freya familia followed suit. After all, this operation concerned the future of Orario. Under the looming threat of Alfia and Zald, they could temporarily set aside their rivalry with the Loki familia. The introductions proceeded smoothly. Mika and his companions were familiar with all the members of the Loki, Hephaestus, Astria, and Ganesha familias participating in the expedition. The only unfamiliar faces were those from the Freya familia. Besides Otter, the other 3 members were Alan Frummel, the goddess's chariot and vice-captain of the Freya familia, Hogni Ragnar, the black wyvern sword, and Haydeen Selland, the white wyvern staff. Mika knew a bit about them. In the future Orario, they would all become level 6 adventurers, heroes who stood at the pinnacle of strength. Chapter 130 Mika and Gajano. Amphisbena awaits. In the future Orario, the Loki and Freya familias were recognized as the 2 strongest. However, before Ace, Bet, Tiona, and Tioni ascended to level 6, the 2 familias weren't on the same level. Before their ascensions, the Loki familia boasted 4 level 5s and 3 level SIXs. The Freya familia, on the other hand, had 4 level 5s, 3 level SIXs, and a level 7. This didn't even include Mia Grand, the former captain of the Freya familia, a retired level 6 adventurer now working as the owner of the Hostess of Fertility. The Freya familia's 3 current level 6 members were the very level 5 adventurers from this era. Alan Frummel, known as the Goddess's Chariot, possessed unparalleled speed, earning him the title of Orario's fastest. Hogni Ragnar and Haydeen Selland were both elves. Both were magic swordsmen, similar in style to Ryu, specializing in close-quarters magic combat. After the introductions, everyone gained a basic understanding of their previously unfamiliar teammates. Further bonding would have to occur through future cooperation and shared experiences. Once everyone had become acquainted, Finn continued, for this operation, the Freya familia, led by Otter, will spearhead the expedition, clearing the path forward. The Loki familia, under my command, will take up the rear. You 8 will remain in the center of the formation. Refrain from engaging unless absolutely necessary before we reach the boss. Leave everything to us. This operation is a race against time. The longer we remain in the dungeon, the greater the risk of exposure. If the Dark faction discovers our absence from Orario, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike without hesitation, leading to devastating losses. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Mika and the others responded in unison. They understood the urgency of the situation, just as Finn had emphasized. Excellent. Finn nodded slightly and continued. Regarding the strategy for subjugating the floor bosses, here's the plan. First, on the 27th floor, we'll face the Amphisbena. Mika, Shakti and Tsubaki will lead the assault, supported by Elise, Gajano, Ryu, Ermid and Meli. We will provide backup and control the battlefield. Next, for the Udius on the 37th floor, everyone except Otter will participate. I will take command of the operation. Finally, only the 7 of us will confront the Baylor. This is the general strategy. The specifics might change depending on the situation, but the overall plan should remain consistent. After Finn's explanation, everyone contemplated the strategy. So, our main battle will be against the Amphisbena on the 27th floor, Meli mused, using telepathy to communicate with Mika, Ermid and Tsubaki. The Udius battle on the 37th floor will likely be a test to determine who among us is qualified to participate in the final battle against the Baylor. That seems likely, Mika agreed. Compared to Finn and the other 6 level 6 adventurers, the remaining 8 were far too weak to participate in the fight against the Baylor. However, there were always exceptions. For example, Ermid. Her magic could prove invaluable in any battle, regardless of the opponent. Finn and the others were likely evaluating whether any of them possessed magic or skills that could be beneficial in the Baylor fight. After all, the effectiveness of magic and skills could only be truly determined through practical application. I reckon the 3 of us should be able to participate in the final battle. We each have our unique strengths, Meli said confidently. Don't get ahead of yourself. Remember what I told you, refrain from using the techniques you learned in the Type Moon world. Stick to your fauna enhancements and Nin abilities. Compared to Nin, which could be disguised as magic, the techniques Meli learned in the Type Moon world were far too conspicuous. Although their true strength had been partially revealed, they intended to keep their ability to travel between worlds a secret. If the gods, who were easily bored, were to discover this secret, it would undoubtedly cause a massive disruption. Yes, I understand. Meli replied, rolling her eyes. It was frustrating to have learned so many powerful techniques yet be unable to use them openly. This feeling of hidden strength was incredibly irritating for her. Sensing Meli's frustration, Mika used telepathy to console her. Don't worry, Meli. While you can't use those techniques in Orario, you can use them freely in other worlds. Remember when we fought the Mafia in the Hunter x Hunter world? You used your magic to your heart's content. I know. Meli glared at Mika and thought to herself, of course I know that. I wouldn't cause any trouble for you. Stop lecturing me. It makes me seem so immature. No, I'll get him back for this later, while he's sleeping. A mischievous grin spread across Meli's face. Seeing Meli's smile, Mika felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew he was in for some payback later that night. That's all I have to say. Get yourselves ready. We depart in 5 minutes. Finn announced. Yes, sir. Everyone rose to their feet, making their final preparations. Elise and Shakti, who had just arrived and required no further preparation, led Gajano and Ryu over to Mika. We look forward to working with all of you, Gajano said with a smile, her gaze fixed on Mika, Shakti and Tsubaki, the 3 level 4 adventurers among the 8. Gajano Kagaya, also known as the Yamato Nadeshiko. As the vice-captain of the Astria Familia, her combat abilities rivaled those of Elise. Her greatest strength lay in her swordsmanship. Ryu had inherited her katana techniques from Gajano. Despite her delicate appearance, she was one of the most formidable close combat specialists in the Astria Familia. Don't worry, Gajano, I'll have your back. Mika replied, playfully patting her shoulder. Among the Astria Familia members, Mika was most familiar with Elise and Gajano. While Ryu would become more prominent in the future, Mika only knew her casually. His close relationship with Elise stemmed from their shared role as Familia captains, often working together on various missions. As for Gajano, after witnessing Mika's swordsmanship, she challenged him to a duel. And she was utterly defeated. Refusing to accept defeat, she challenged him numerous times. But she lost every single time, often swiftly and decisively. However, Mika always offered her guidance and advice after their duels. Through these interactions, they had developed a close bond. I knew something was off about you. I can't believe you're level 4. You hid it so well. Gajano Kagaya glared at Mika, her face a mask of disbelief and annoyance. She had been utterly shocked when Elise told her about Mika's true level. If it weren't for the fact that Mika had previously lent the Astria Familia a substantial sum of money, earning their gratitude and preventing her from expressing her indignation, she would have confronted him much sooner. Unlike Elise, Gajano's relationship with Mika was more complex. Initially, they were only challenger and challenged. However, after Mika's guidance significantly boosted her strength, their relationship had evolved into a quasi-mentorship. Haha, it was all due to the circumstances, Mika replied with a sigh, shaking his head slightly. He then turned to Ryu, who stood beside them. Compared to her future self, she seemed much more youthful and innocent. Why so quiet, Ryu? He teased. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation, Ryu mumbled softly. In truth, her reticence stemmed from Riveria's presence. The elf was currently conversing with Melly nearby. Unlike Melly, who lacked any sense of reverence, Ryu, as an elf, held deep respect for Riveria, an elf royalty. This made her feel somewhat self-conscious. Relax, there's no need to be nervous, Mika said gently, patting her shoulder reassuringly. He had guessed the reason for her unease. This was the most physical contact he could initiate with her. Elves tended to be wary of physical contact with other races. Yes, I understand, Ryu whispered. Observing her reaction, Mika realized just how nervous she truly was. Normally, even a light pat on the shoulder would elicit a wary glance from her. But today, she showed no signs of apprehension. Time's up. Form ranks and advance. Finn's commanding voice rang out, dispelling any lingering thoughts. At that moment, they had only one objective. To advance. Donning their hoods and cloaks, the 15 adventurers emerged from the passage and began their descent towards the 25th floor. Even though we're protected by the Freya and Loki Familius, that doesn't mean we're completely safe. This is still the dungeon. We must remain vigilant. Just in case, let's maintain formation as we move forward, Melly said as they made their way through the dungeon. What kind of formation? Shakti asked quickly. As a captain of the Ganesha Familia, she understood the importance of tactical formations. We don't need a vanguard or rearguard. The Freya and Loki Familius will serve as our natural protection. However, we need to secure our flanks. We have 3 level 4 adventurers. Mika, you take Gajano and cover the right flank. Shakti, you take Elise and cover the left. The remaining 4 will stay in the center. After a moment of consideration, Shakti agreed with Melly's suggestion. Sounds good. You're in charge of command from now on. Leave it to me. We're counting on you, Commander Melly. Mika said with a grin, waving to Melly before heading towards the right flank with Gajano. Shakti and Elise moved to the left flank. Melly is quite impressive. In time, she might even become another hero of Orario. Gareth remarked, observing the group from behind. No, she won't become a hero. She will become herself, Riveria stated firmly. Finn shook his head, understanding Riveria's unspoken meaning. She was clearly displeased that her student resembled someone else more than herself. Honestly, at her age, she's still getting jealous over such things, Finn thought to himself. However, considering the importance of their current mission, he chose not to challenge Riveria's statement, avoiding further conflict. When they had first become companions, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth had constantly butted heads. They had argued incessantly. Now is not the time to debate who she resembles. Finn declared, abruptly changing the subject. Due to our tight schedule, we'll be pushing ourselves hard every day. Our destination for today is the safe zone on the 29th floor. But before that, we need to defeat the floor boss. So, all of you, be prepared. Yes, sir. Mika and the others responded loudly. As they continued their descent, they were nearing the 25th floor. From the 25th floor onwards, they would be entering the dungeon's lower levels. Reaching the lower levels required a minimum of level 3 strength. Therefore, even Mika and his companions rarely ventured into this territory. However, now, under the protection of the powerful Loki and Freya Familius, they charged into the lower levels with an indomitable momentum. As they emerged onto the 25th floor, a massive waterfall greeted them. It was the gigantic Riviera Falls, spanning 400 meters in width, its height immeasurable. It was the first trial adventurers faced upon entering the lower levels. The floors from the 25th to the 27th were all encompassed within the waterfall's domain. These 3 floors were collectively known as the Water Labyrinth. As the dungeon's second death line, the Water Labyrinth had claimed the lives of countless adventurers. The terrain was treacherous, with narrow paths and monster-infested waters. Even Mika and his companions had struggled immensely when they first reached this area. If it weren't for their exceptional sensory abilities, they would have had a difficult time escaping unscathed. However, this time, they experienced something different, the thrill of being carried by powerful allies. Due to their haste, ordinary monsters were swiftly dispatched by Otter, Alan, and the other Vanguard members. All Mika and his companions had to do was run. Although they had prepared for battle, the level 6 adventurers from the Freya and Loki familias gave them no such opportunity. Thus, they reached the 27th floor without encountering any significant resistance, arriving at the domain of the floor boss, the Amphisbaena. Chapter 131 Operation Subjugation of Amphisbaena. Water Labyrinth. So, the battle will take place on the 27th floor after all. Melly remarked, gazing at the vast lake before them. Due to the unique terrain, the floor boss of the 27th floor, Amphisbaena, possessed a peculiar characteristic: its location was unpredictable. Among the 4 known irregulars, Goliath on the 17th floor and Udius on the 37th floor resided in fixed chambers, their positions unchanging. However, the other 2, Amphisbaena on the 27th floor and Baylor on the 49th floor, were different. Their movements were dictated by their respective environments. The 49th floor was a vast wilderness, known as the Great Wilderness. Due to its expansive nature, there were no fixed chambers. Therefore, Baylor, the irregular of the 49th floor, roamed freely throughout the entire level. This environmental influence was even more pronounced in Amphisbaena's case. The 25th, 26th, and 27th floors were interconnected, linked by a massive waterfall. Amphisbaena, the 2-headed dragon irregular, resided within these waters. Therefore, it could appear on any of these 3 floors. As they progressed through the dungeon, the Freya familia, tasked with clearing the path, not only fought monsters but also remained vigilant for any sign of Amphisbaena. They hadn't encountered the irregular on the first 2 floors of the Water Labyrinth. Therefore, it could only be on the 27th floor. The 27th floor, the deepest level of the Water Labyrinth, was dominated by a vast lake. This lake constantly absorbed the cascading water from the waterfall, channeling it to other areas. Thus, if they were to fight Amphisbaena on the 27th floor, they would inevitably face it underwater. According to the intel they received from Finn, Amphisbaena's potential level underwater was a staggering level 6. It was comparable to Udius on the 37th floor. If we're fighting here, we need to lure Amphisbaena out of the lake. Otherwise, this battle will be impossible, Melly pointed out. Mika and the others nodded in agreement. Fighting Amphisbaena underwater was suicidal. Fortunately, we've made ample preparations for Amphisbaena. We won't be caught off guard, Mika said, his hand clenching into a fist as he gazed at the distant lake surface. This will be your battleground. We will clear out the surrounding monsters to prevent any interference. Begin your preparations. The official subjugation will commence in 10 minutes. May your blades be sharp and your spirits strong. Finn declared. Mika and the others nodded silently, their expressions focused as they entered battle mode. Finn and the others smiled and retreated, leaving the stage to Mika and his companions. I'll take charge of the strategy for this battle. Melly declared. As a mage, it's difficult for me to directly damage Amphisbaena. You all know that, right? Shakti, Elise, and the others nodded in agreement. According to the intel they had gathered, Amphisbaena, besides its formidable physical strength, possessed 2 unique abilities. The first was a fiery breath attack, similar to a dragon's breath. This attack wasn't magical but physical in nature. Amphisbaena utilized an internal fuel to generate this powerful blast of fire. The second was a dense fog it exhaled. Within the range of this fog, the power of magic was significantly weakened. Coupled with its body covered in incredibly tough white dragon scales, magic was largely ineffective against it. Furthermore, like all irregulars, Amphisbaena possessed incredible regenerative abilities. For a mage, encountering Amphisbaena was a nightmare scenario. Then you should lead, Melly. I have full confidence in your strategic abilities, Shakti said with a serious expression. Elise and the others nodded their agreement. Meli's strategic prowess had been proven time and again in their battles against the dark factions. Leave it to me. Actually, before this expedition even began, I've been researching Amphisbena and formulating a battle plan. Now, it's time to put my strategy to the test. Looking at Meli's confident smile, Shakti and the others realized something. Given the strength of the Yahweh familia's 3 members, they must have already considered taking on Amphisbena long ago. First things first, Mika, are you ready? I'm ready. All eyes turned to Mika as Meli addressed him. He looked completely different from before. During their journey, they had all carried large backpacks filled with supplies. Each of the 15 adventurers had one. Although Mika had been wearing his armor, he hadn't been as heavily armed as he was now. 2 long spears were crossed on his back, and a medium-sized shield hung beside them. 5 short spears were strapped to his waist. His entire body, including his head, was encased in armor. Not a single inch of skin was exposed. Mika, what's all this? Elise asked, puzzled by his appearance. I'll be entering the water to lure Amphisbena out. You're going into the water? Everyone except Meli and Ermid exclaimed in shock. This wasn't just any ordinary lake. Countless monsters lurked within its depths. Moreover, it was Amphisbena's territory. Don't worry, I'm fully prepared, Mika reassured them with a smile. Indeed, we've been planning this for a long time. Please, trust us, Ermid added with a serious expression. Seeing their confidence, the others refrained from further questioning. However, Ryuu, looking at the fully prepared Mika, asked, Are you really going into the water like that? That's right, Mika chuckled. But shouldn't you be wearing a water nymph's veil? Ryuu asked, surprised. The water nymph's veil. It was similar to the salamander wool Mika and his companions had worn in the middle floors. As the name suggested, it was a protective garment crafted by water nymphs. Its primary function was to allow adventurers to breathe underwater for extended periods while also enhancing their swimming speed. In a dungeon environment like the water labyrinth, venturing without a water nymph's veil was incredibly dangerous. Of course, even with the veil, danger still lurked. Don't worry, I'm not some clueless newbie adventurer. Mika reassured Ryuu, his hand resting on his armor. I am wearing a water nymph's veil. It's just not readily apparent. Did you integrate the water nymph's veil into your armor? Tsubaki inquired, observing Mika's gesture. Exactly. This armor was specifically designed for this type of environment. By incorporating the water nymph's veil and utilizing my smithing skills, I enhanced its effectiveness. This is the core technology behind the Sea King's garb. How extravagant! Tsubaki exclaimed in admiration. If this armor is specifically designed for aquatic environments, then you must have other sets for different specialized environments, right? Indeed. I am a smith, after all, though I only craft for myself, Mika replied with a grin. Elise and Gajano exchanged glances, their eyes widening slightly. They now had an even greater appreciation for the Yahweh familia's wealth. Since we're all prepared, let's begin. Meli declared, seeing that no one had any further objections. Ermid. Understood. Without needing further instructions, Ermid knew her role. She raised her staff high and began chanting. Healing's drops, light's tears, the eternal sanctuary, call forth the light's symphony. 365 melodies, the calendar of healing shall mend all. Then, descend, banish all evil. Seal the wounds, soothe the pain, cast curses to the other side, deliver the light's cardinal. In the name of the divine, I shall heal. Dia Fratel. As Ermid finished her chant, a brilliant light enveloped everyone present. Mika, Meli, Elise, Gajano, Ryuu, Shakti, and Tsubaki, who stood near Ermid, as well as Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Otter, Alan, Haydeen, and Hogni, who stood further back, all felt a wave of warmth wash over them. This is... Even Riveria was astonished by the potent magic that enveloped them, continuously working its wonders. Our stamina is rapidly recovering. Mika mentioned this spell also has detoxification and purification effects. If the other effects are of the same magnitude. Finn's face was filled with excitement as he felt the changes within his body. Without a doubt, Ermid will play a crucial role in our expedition. Even Otter looked at Ermid with respect. The effect was even more pronounced for Elise and the others standing near Mika. Their stamina depletion during the journey had been far greater than Finn and his companions due to the significant difference in their levels. Therefore, they felt the restorative effects of Ermid's magic even more acutely. I feel like my stamina is completely restored. This is incredible. Elise, overwhelmed by the sensation, rushed over to Ermid. I wish I could always be on your team. Don't even think about poaching her. Mika exclaimed, giving Elise a playful kick, sending her stumbling back towards Gajano. It seems we underestimated you, Yahweh Familia. I never imagined all three of you would be so exceptionally talented. We won't question Meli's commands any further. Please, give it your all. Shakti declared, her eyes filled with admiration. How wonderful it would be if all three of them were members of the Ganesha Familia. Seeing the awe in their eyes, Mika, his face hidden behind his helmet, couldn't help but smirk. Continue with your preparations. I'll go scout the waters. With that, Mika turned towards the lake. Good luck, Mika. Be careful, Mika. Stay safe, Mika. Waving in response to their well wishes, Mika plunged into the water with a splash. As Mika submerged, a sensation completely different from the surface world enveloped him. A feeling of constriction. He immediately activated his modified water-breathing technique, taught to him by Yahweh. The constricting sensation vanished instantly, replaced by a feeling of fluidity and freedom. It was as if he had returned home. Coupled with the Sea King's garb, which incorporated the water nymph's veil, Mika's strength wasn't diminished underwater, instead, it was amplified. It seems our preparations were thorough. Mika smiled and began searching for Amphisbena. He activated his stealth skill. This was one of the reasons Meli had allowed him to enter the water alone. The most challenging aspect underwater wasn't finding Amphisbena but avoiding detection by other aquatic monsters. If discovered, Mika would be forced to engage in combat. And if he killed any monsters, the scent of blood would attract more, putting him at risk. However, with stealth activated, even if he brushed against a monster, it wouldn't notice him. As Mika navigated the murky depths, he soon found his target. After all, Amphisbena was an irregular. One of the defining characteristics of irregulars was their immense size. Compared to other monsters, they were incredibly conspicuous. There was no mistaking them. Target acquired. Spotting the two-headed dragon Amphisbena swimming freely about 100 meters away, Mika smiled. Phase 1, Reconnaissance, complete. Now for Phase 2, drawing out the enemy. He reached behind his back and drew a short spear. Aiming at Amphisbena, he channeled his Nen through his hand and into the spear. Operation, Subjugation of Amphisbena, commence. With this declaration, Mika hurled the short spear towards Amphisbena. Chapter 132 Mika vs Amphisbena. Gi dirg and gi bidhi. Roar. A furious roar ripped through the air above the water's surface. Simultaneously, the previously calm water erupted violently. Mika has found the Amphisbena and initiated the attack. Everyone, prepare yourselves according to the plan. Meli shouted, her voice carrying over the commotion. Understood. The others responded in unison. Beneath the surface, the Amphisbena thrashed in a frenzy of pain and rage. Mika's spear had pierced its thick hide, lodging deep within its flesh. The searing pain ignited its fury. It quickly spotted Mika's silhouette in the water. Did I miss? I was aiming for the head. Mika thought, analyzing his attack. But throwing underwater feels different than in the air. It's normal for there to be some deviation. So, time to run. Having launched his attack, Mika deactivated his circle border ability. The Amphisbena had locked onto him. Mika turned and swam towards the shore with all his might. The Amphisbena pursued relentlessly, its massive form cutting through the water with surprising speed. Hold on, it's that fast despite its size. It seems a fight is unavoidable. The thought of facing the Amphisbena underwater filled Mika with dread. He knew the dungeon's floor boss was incredibly powerful. The evidence was clear, the tail of his thrown spear still protruded from the Amphisbena's flesh. That spear was a level 2 weapon crafted by Mika himself, specifically enhanced for sharpness. Yet, even with Mika's Nen enhancement, it hadn't fully penetrated the creature's hide. This demonstrated the Amphisbena's extraordinary durability. A normal level 2 weapon probably wouldn't even scratch it. So this is the Amphisbena in its aquatic domain. As Mika pondered, the Amphisbena closed in, its massive jaws opening wide. Trying to eat me. Mika swiftly drew the two spears strapped to his back. One was a level 2 weapon of his own creation, the other the demon-slaying Gi dirg, Crimson Rose, he had acquired from Dire Muid. Let's see who eats whom. As the Amphisbena lunged, Mika executed a water-breathing technique, narrowly avoiding its gaping maw. Simultaneously, he channeled Nen into both spears, driving them deep into the Amphisbena's neck. A torrent of blood erupted, engulfing Mika. But the swirling water quickly washed it away. Roar! The searing pain in its neck only enraged the Amphisbena further. Mika's Nen-enhanced attacks were heavy, but they barely fazed the monstrous creature. In fact, they seemed to fuel its fury. Enraged, the Amphisbena's speed increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Mika was trapped in its coils, unable to escape. He could only parry the relentless onslaught. Damn, it's so agile! Despite its massive size, the Amphisbena moved with incredible dexterity in the water. Trapped in its coils, Mika couldn't maneuver. Just as he was searching for an escape, his transparent world skill revealed a surge of heat building within the Amphisbena's body. It's going to use its dragon breath. Mika instantly formulated a plan. He sheathed Dirk and grabbed the large shield from his back. With spear and shield in hand, he charged towards the Amphisbena. Using his exceptional skill, he positioned himself perfectly just before the Amphisbena unleashed its fiery breath. Roar! A torrent of flames erupted, slamming against Mika's shield. The force of the blast propelled Mika into the air, sending him soaring towards Meli and the others. He didn't forget his objective. Mid-air, using sense he locked onto the Amphisbena's position in the water and hurled a short spear, aiming for its exposed flesh. Roar! Hearing the pained roar from below, Mika knew his attack had landed. He then threw 2 more short spears, further enraging the Amphisbena and drawing it towards the surface. As gravity pulled him down, Mika landed smoothly on the shore. The Amphisbena is coming. Prepare for battle! Meli shouted, seeing the creature emerge from the water. On the shore, Mika discarded his shield, shedding the extra weight, and retreated, giving the Amphisbena room to emerge. As the Amphisbena's upper body rose from the water, Mika continued his retreat, throwing his crafted spear, striking one of the creature's heads with pinpoint accuracy. Roar! With a final roar, the Amphisbena fully emerged onto land. Phase 1 complete. Now for Phase 2. Shakti, Tsubaki, block its retreat. Understood. As Mika reached the shore, Shakti and Tsubaki, leading Elise and the others, charged towards the Amphisbena. Following Meli's instructions, they positioned themselves between the creature and the lake, preventing it from returning to the water. Meanwhile, Elise, Ermid, and the others engaged the Amphisbena in combat, their attacks raining down upon the monstrous creature. How can I miss out on such an exciting battle? Fufu! Responding to Meli's call, Fufu materialized from her body. To conceal the presence of Nen, Meli had disguised Fufu as a magically summoned creature, sustaining its physical form with her own magic power. Grow bigger, Fufu! As Meli channeled her magic into Fufu, the creature's size increased dramatically, eventually rivaling the Amphisbena in size. Go, Fufu! Following Meli's command, the gigantic Fufu charged towards the Amphisbena, unleashing its own dragon breath. The Amphisbena retaliated in kind, its fiery breath colliding with Fufu's. The clash of their breaths resulted in a massive explosion. Magnificent! Mika, having recovered from his earlier ordeal, watched the battle unfold with a smile. He held the remaining 2 spears in his hands, Dirk, Crimson Rose, and Bidhi, Yellow Rose, the unstoppable spear of mortality. The floor boss. The most remarkable thing about these powerful creatures is their incredible vitality. Their bodies are impervious to weak attacks, they have no obvious weaknesses, and they possess high-speed regeneration. Their resilience is terrifying. Mika walked with a leisurely gait, observing the battle unfolding before him. He traced a line in the dirt with the spear in his right hand, while the spear in his left spun continuously. It's already regenerated. Mika clearly saw that the wounds he had inflicted on the Amphisbena with his thrown spears had completely healed. The weapons he had launched were now expelled from the Amphisbena's flesh. While I'm glad those weapons weren't lost in the lake, that regeneration speed is rather disheartening. It seems I need to bring out the big one. A predatory grin spread across Mika's face as he charged towards the Amphisbena, dual spears in hand. A dense white fog now enveloped the Amphisbena, rendering most ranged magic attacks ineffective. This was the realm of close combat. Even Meli had her summoned beast, Fufu. Although Fufu, empowered by Meli's magic, rivaled the Amphisbena in size, it was far inferior in terms of raw power. Their clash was brief. Fufa was quickly pinned beneath the amphisbaena, unable to retaliate. Fortunately, Shakti and the others were nearby. With a coordinated attack from Tsubaki and Shakti, Fufa was freed and rejoined the fray. "This isn't good," Finn muttered, shaking his head as he observed the battle from his vantage point on a nearby rock face. It seems the three members of the Astrea Familia are struggling to make a significant impact against the amphisbaena. "You mean their weapons?" Riveria, Finn's partner, instantly understood his concern. "Exactly. Their weapons aren't powerful enough for combat on the 49th floor." Finn's keen eyes didn't miss a single detail of the battle. He had clearly seen the extent of the damage inflicted by Elise and her companions. Their attacks weren't weak, they managed to create substantial wounds on the amphisbaena. However, against a creature of the amphisbaena's caliber, those wounds were merely superficial. If their attacks could only inflict minor damage on a level 5 amphisbaena, they would likely be completely ineffective against the Udius. "It can't be helped. The Astrea Familia is still a relatively new familia," Riveria said, defending the Astrea Familia members. As she mentioned, the Astrea Familia was still in its nascent stages. However, their members were exceptionally talented. Everyone believed they had a bright future. That was precisely why Finn had included them in this expedition. He saw their potential and wanted to nurture their growth. But their lack of resources was a significant handicap. The three members participating in the expedition wielded only level 2 weapons, insufficient for deep-level combat. Unlike them, Shakti, a level 4 adventurer and captain of the Ganesha Familia, Orario's third strongest familia, wielded a level 1 weapon. Even her armor was of level 1 quality. As for Tsubaki, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, Orario's premier smithing familia, she had no shortage of top-tier equipment. Then there was the Yahweh Familia. As a healer, Ermid's equipment wasn't a primary concern. Similarly, as a mage, Meli's equipment wasn't as crucial. That left Mika. And at this moment, Mika was engaged in close combat with the amphisbaena. Ga! Using his spear to block the amphisbaena's powerful strike, Mika wielded the short spear in his left hand like a sword, carving a long, deep gash into the creature's flesh. Blood flowed freely from the wound, but it showed no signs of healing. Roar! "What's going on?" Shakti, noticing the unusual wound, was immediately drawn to the anomaly. She turned to Mika, her eyes filled with curiosity. "It's nothing. Just a wound that can't be healed," Mika replied with a smirk. He was wielding Gibadhi, Yellow Rose, the unstoppable spear of mortality, imbued with a powerful curse. Its effect was incredibly potent against floor bosses. With this spear, the adventurers had a significant advantage in terms of attrition. A cursed spear. Shakti's eyes widened in surprise. She instantly grasped the significance of this weapon. Its existence could drastically reduce the difficulty of their expedition. "Mika, you take the lead. Tsubaki and I will support you," Shakti declared. "I'll gladly accept your offer." With a chuckle, Mika charged towards the amphisbaena once more. Compared to its aquatic form, the amphisbaena's strength was significantly reduced on land. After all, it had lost the advantage of its inherent level boost. In the water, Mika couldn't match the amphisbaena in speed or power. But on land, they were more evenly matched in terms of strength. Despite being level 4, Mika possessed base stats comparable to a level 5 adventurer. Coupled with his Nen and magic enhancements, he could hold his own against even a large-bodied level 5 floor boss. Roar! Ga! Planting his spear firmly into the ground, Mika braced himself against the amphisbaena's charge, halting its momentum with sheer strength and endurance. He then followed up with a flurry of attacks with his short spear. His masterful dual-wielding technique was a sight to behold, a whirlwind of speed, power, and precision. He darted around the amphisbaena, leaving a trail of unhealing wounds in his wake. However, the amphisbaena's power was undeniable. Despite bleeding profusely, it continued to rampage. But with Ermid's healing abilities, Meli's strategic guidance, and Fufa's support, they managed to avoid any casualties. Everyone returned safely. Chapter 133 Amphisbaena's Defeat. Udius next. Magnificent. You made defeating the amphisbaena look so easy. After the amphisbaena's subjugation, Finn and the other observing adventurers approached, showering Mika and his companions with praise. "There's nothing to praise. The amphisbaena's defeat was inevitable," Mika stated matter-of-factly, withdrawing his spear from the monster's magic stone. He watched as the massive stone crumbled into dust. Although officially a level 4, Mika's combat strength rivaled that of a level 6. Wielding the Gibati, a weapon specifically designed to counter dungeon monsters, and supported by Ermit and the others, Mika couldn't fathom a scenario where they would fail. He's got a point, Finn chuckled. In terms of pure strength, Mika is already on par with us. Finn's words sent a ripple of shock through the assembled adventurers. While Riveria and the others were surprised, it wasn't entirely unexpected. They had witnessed Mika's prowess in battle firsthand. However, Shakti and the others were utterly astonished. To be compared to Finn, a first-tier adventurer, was an incredibly high accolade. I believe I still fall short compared to you, Mika responded humbly. While his words were modest, they weren't fully inaccurate. In Orario, a peculiar phenomenon existed among the strongest adventurers. They possessed combat abilities that surpassed their official levels. This was a consequence of the Fauna system. Every adventurer who had risen to the ranks of first tier through countless life-or-death battles possessed unique, almost superhuman abilities. And among these individuals, those considered geniuses wielded even more extraordinary powers. They were, in essence, walking cheat codes. Therefore, high-level adventurers were not directly comparable to monsters of the same level. Take Bel Cranel, the future protagonist, for example. At level 1, he defeated a level 2 Minotaur, achieving the feat necessary to reach level 2. This phenomenon was typically observed only at lower levels. At higher levels, even if a level 5 adventurer defeated a regular monster with the potential to reach level 6, it wouldn't be considered a feat worthy of leveling up. For them, it was simply business as usual. Only the dungeon's irregulars posed a true challenge to these exceptionally powerful adventurers. Similarly, in this current expedition, although their stated goal was a group level up, it was merely a formality. Finn and the others knew that even if they defeated Baylor, Otter, already a level 6, was unlikely to level up. The only ones likely to advance were the 6 level 5 adventurers. Likewise, in the future Udia's campaign, it wouldn't be the 5 veterans who leveled up, but rather Mika, Shakti, and Tsubaki. That was why Shakti and the others were so taken aback by Finn's assessment of Mika. It implied that Mika possessed the ability to fight 2 levels above his own. In the current Orario, that made him one of the most formidable adventurers. Don't be so modest. Gareth chuckled, clapping Mika on the shoulder. Riveria smiled warmly beside him. They weren't envious of Mika's ability to fight above his level. After all, their familia boasted a similar prodigy, Ace Wallenstein. With her magic, aerial, and her skill, Avenger, Ace could effortlessly defeat monsters above her level. Even as a level 5, she was already a match for Finn and the other level 6 adventurers during dungeon expeditions, sometimes even surpassing them. Of course, this applied specifically to dungeon expeditions. Ace's Avenger skill only activated against monsters. Upon reaching level 6, she would officially become the strongest member of the Loki familia. It was because of Ace's existence that Finn and the others could interact with Mika so casually. Elise and her companions, however, gazed at Mika with stars in their eyes, filled with admiration. As they showered him with praise and envious remarks, Otter's voice interrupted their conversation. Now that the Amphisbena is dealt with, let's move on. Unlike the affable demeanor of the Loki familia's 3 executives, the 4 members of the Freya familia were noticeably aloof. This was characteristic of the Freya familia. As members of the beautiful goddess Freya's familia, every member was subjected to her blessing, her favor. However, to maintain that favor, they had to constantly prove their worth. This favor often fell upon the 4 executives of the Freya familia, including Otter. And each of them desired that favor exclusively for themselves. Consequently, the members of the Freya familia, while united in their devotion to Freya, were often solitary figures. In this familia, everyone except oneself was a rival in love. Therefore, they often appeared aloof and distant to outsiders. I agree, Finn said, responding to Otter's suggestion with a smile. With Ermid's magic, I doubt any of you need rest. Let's continue to the 29th floor before taking a break. Understood. Everyone quickly reorganized and prepared to resume their journey. They adjusted their heavy packs and readied themselves for the trek ahead. Let's move out. Finn commanded. The joint expedition force once again ventured deeper into the dungeon. This time, Mika and the others noticed a significant increase in their pace. I thought those 4 would remain indifferent, Gareth chuckled, observing Otter and his companions leading the way. The reason for their increased speed was simple: the 4 vanguard adventurers had become motivated. And the source of their motivation was Mika's display of power. Even though their faces remained impassive, a fire burned within them. After all, unlike the Loki familia, the Freya familia didn't possess a comparable genius like Ace. Who could remain indifferent after witnessing such talent? Riveria murmured, her gaze following Mika as he navigated the dungeon's depths. The new generation will soon surpass us the old. Hey, hey, hey! Hold on a minute. I'm not ready to admit defeat to old age just yet. Gareth retorted with a playful grin, responding to Riveria. Riveria rolled her eyes in response. Admit defeat to old age? She was still young. Don't put words in my mouth. I wasn't lamenting about getting old. Oh, really? Then what were you doing? I wasn't doing anything. Listening to their bickering, Finn shook his head with a smile. It was as if they were back in the days when the 3 of them had explored the dungeon together, leveling up side by side. Back then, they argued constantly. However, as time went on, the bonds they forged through shared life-or-death experiences transcended their differences. A Palom, an elf, and a dwarf. Despite their different races, they had become inseparable, trusting each other with their lives. As their familia grew and younger adventurers looked up to them, they became more mindful of their image. It had been a long time since they had argued like this. Hearing their familiar banter brought a wave of nostalgia. However, Finn didn't forget their current situation. All right, enough arguing. You have more important things to focus on, like, fighting. We're approaching the 28th floor. Prepare for battle. Understood. Riveria and Gareth immediately ceased their bickering, their expressions turning serious. They heightened their vigilance, scanning their surroundings for any potential threats. Sensei and the others have such a great relationship. Melly remarked, having eavesdropped on Riveria and Gareth's argument. She shifted her attention back to the front. After all, they're companions who have faced life and death together. Their bond is just like ours, Mika replied with a smile, having also listened in on their conversation. Our relationship. Melly's mind immediately conjured images of herself, Mika, and Ermit in the same light as Riveria, Gareth, and Finn. A blush crept across her face. What are you thinking about, Melly? Mika instantly recognized the direction of her thoughts. He placed his hands on her shoulders and shook her gently. Don't even think about it. If Riveria finds out, she'll expel you from her tutelage. Ah! Mika's shaking snapped Melly out of her reverie. I understand. I won't think about it anymore. She pushed Mika away, covering her face with her hands, and hurried to the front of the group, likely to avoid Riveria. Whose fault is it for making that comparison? Mika muttered, shaking his head before quickly catching up to her. After resuming their journey, the expedition party quickly reached the safe zone on the 29th floor. Finally, after a long day of trekking, they could rest. They quickly set up camp, and following Finn's watch schedule, everyone drifted off to sleep. Since Mika and his companions had just participated in a boss battle, Finn excused them from watch duty, allowing them to enjoy a well-deserved rest. After a refreshing night's sleep, they continued their expedition. Spurred on by Mika's earlier display of power, the 3 members of the Freya familia, excluding Otter, were exceptionally driven, pushing the expedition forward at a rapid pace. They soon reached the 37th floor, where the irregular Udius resided. According to Finn's plan, all 6 level 6 adventurers would participate in the battle against Udius, with Finn leading the charge. Under Finn's command, and with the invaluable support of Ermit and Melly's abilities, the expedition proceeded smoothly. Once again, they defeated Udius without suffering any casualties. What a powerful healing magic, Gareth murmured in awe, assessing his physical condition. During the battle, he had been knocked back by Udius, crashing heavily against the wall. He had braced himself for significant injuries. However, before he could even cough up blood, the healing magic Ermit had cast on him before the battle had completely healed his wounds, allowing him to rejoin the fight immediately. I thought I had overestimated her magic's effectiveness, but it seems I underestimated her, Finn remarked, equally impressed. While Ermit had used her magic to restore their stamina previously, it wasn't the same as healing injuries. They hadn't been able to accurately gauge the full extent of her power. But now, they had witnessed it firsthand. It was practically a cheat code. Ermit's magic was an invaluable asset for familias like theirs, who frequently embarked on large-scale expeditions. It seems we should collaborate more with the Yahweh Familia in the future, Finn declared, his gaze fixed on Ermid, who was conversing with Mika in the distance. Unlike Finn and his companions, who were marveling at Ermid's healing abilities, Elise and the others were sitting on the ground, still recovering from the battle. So this is the deep floors of the dungeon, it's terrifying. Elise exclaimed, her voice filled with awe and a hint of fear. Gajano and Ryu remained silent, reflecting on their harrowing experience. They had barely survived their encounter with Udius. The Irregulars' attacks had repeatedly put them in mortal danger. And their own attacks had barely scratched Udius. Even the usually confident Elise felt a wave of discouragement. Don't be disheartened. Your current weakness is only temporary. You're still young. This isn't your battlefield yet, Shakti said, comforting Elise. While Tsubaki and I performed reasonably well in the previous battle, it was all thanks to Ermid and Meli's support. In the upcoming battle against Baylor, we'll be just as helpless as you. After all, not everyone is a freak like him, capable of fighting so recklessly in such a dangerous environment. Shakti and the other 4 adventurers turned their gaze towards Mika. They had all witnessed his extraordinary performance during the battle. Even against Udius's relentless attacks, Mika hadn't flinched. With shield and spear in hand, he had effortlessly parried Udius's blows, inflicting wound after wound upon the massive irregular. They would never forget the image of his flame-wreathed figure. Why are you all staring at me? Sensing their gazes, Mika turned around, a smile gracing his lips as he waved at Elise and the others. Get ready, we'll be moving on soon. We know. Elise and her companions shook their heads, abandoning any thoughts of comparing themselves to Mika. With wry smiles, they shouldered their packs. We're all second-tier adventurers, but Mika and his companions are already fighting on the front lines, while we're relegated to support roles. I'm so envious. Chapter 134 Path to the 49th Floor Boss Baylor. Through the layers of the dungeon, Mika and his companions pressed onward. As they delved deeper, their pace gradually slowed. Especially after the 37th floor, the treacherous environment of the deep floors demanded increased caution. From the 37th floor onwards, Finn, Otter, and the other frontline fighters entrusted their baggage to Shakti and the support team, dedicating themselves entirely to clearing the path. Now, Mika, Ermid, and Meli, who had been protected within the formation, also joined the fray. Clad in armor and wielding dual spears, Mika weaved through the hordes of monsters, lessening the burden on the vanguard. Ermid diligently maintained healing magic on everyone, ensuring their combat strength remained at peak levels and countered any status ailments inflicted by the monsters. As for Meli, having summoned Fufu, she soared through the air on its back, manipulating the monsters with her dream magic, turning them against each other. In times of danger, she could also carry Elise and the others to safety, allowing Mika and the frontline fighters to battle without reservation. In this manner, they successfully reached the end of the 48th floor. Tomorrow is the day of the decisive battle. Mika exclaimed, leaning against the cavern wall as he rested. Yes, it's come so quickly. Meli sighed, leaning against Mika. It'll be difficult to assemble such a powerful expedition force again in the future. Looking at the resting adventurers around them, Meli shook her head. Not necessarily. The Freya and Loki Familius will definitely be able to form such teams on their own in the future. It's us who might not be able to, Mika chuckled. Unlike the Freya and Loki Familius, which boasted numerous powerful members, the Yahweh Familia, with its limited membership, would find it challenging to recruit more adventurers in Danmachi world, both now and in the future. While their individual strength would eventually reach extraordinary levels, the size of their familia would likely remain small. Who says so? We can form joint expeditions in the future. Isn't the Astria Familia our ally? That's right. Meli's reminder jogged Mika's memory. They had the Astria Familia as their allies. In the future, the Astria Familia's strength would be formidable. If it weren't for the ambush by the Dark Faction and the dungeon's unique mechanisms, their familia would have rivaled the Ganesha Familia for the third strongest position in Orario, if not surpassing them to challenge the Loki Familia. Of course, in the current timeline, the Astria Familia would have to settle for fourth place. After all, the Yahweh Familia was destined to be among the top 3. That's right, what? A sudden voice interrupted Mika's thoughts. Looking up, he saw Ermid and Elise approaching, offering them cups filled with steaming milk. It was one of the supplies they had brought with them. Elise, Ryu, and Gajano, now relegated to support roles, had prepared food and drinks for everyone while they rested. That's right, what? Gajano and Ryuu asked curiously, returning after distributing food to the others. Oh, I thought I heard Mika and Melly mention our familia, Elise explained. Ah, I see. All eyes turned to Mika, seeking an explanation. Mika calmly accepted the food and drink from Ermid. Because of her love for cooking, Ermid had assisted Elise, Ryuu and Gajano in preparing the meal. Taking a sip of the warm milk, savoring its rich flavor, Mika replied with a smile, Melly and I were discussing that once we become stronger, our two familias could embark on joint expeditions together. Perhaps one day, our combined strength will rival this current expedition force. A joint expedition. Elise's eyes lit up at Mika's suggestion. Of course. We're allies. Why wouldn't we go on expeditions together? Recalling Mika's strength, Ermid's magic, and Melly's strategic prowess, Elise felt a surge of excitement. Then we wouldn't be stuck in support roles like we are now. Elise, Ryuu and Gajano, once considered Orario's most promising talents, now relegated to support duties, had vowed to return to the deep floors as frontline combatants. Mika's proposal filled them with renewed hope. Their conversation quickly shifted to future expedition plans, their voices filled with anticipation. Listening to the girls' excited chatter, Mika leaned against the wall, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The future they envisioned was a bright one. Everyone, gather around. After the meal, Finn clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Tomorrow, we will enter the deeper floors. Even we will need to fight with everything we've got, so I urge you to exercise extreme caution. Besides these usual warnings, I want to discuss our target for tomorrow, the Baylor. According to the information we've gathered, to defeat the Baylor, we'll also have to contend with the Fomorians it commands. Fomorians were the monsters that inhabited the 49th floor. Each one possessed a massive physique, classifying them as large-type monsters. These creatures, with their ram-like heads, wielded giant clubs and roamed the 49th floor in packs. The 49th floor was known as the Great Wilderness. True to its name, the entire floor consisted of a vast, open wilderness without any enclosed chambers. Therefore, when adventurers challenged the Baylor, the king of the Fomorians, they would also face attacks from the surrounding Fomorians. Unlike other floor bosses, which could be fought one-on-one, the Baylor was more suited for team-based strategies. However, assembling a sufficiently powerful team without alerting the Dark Faction was a difficult task in the current state of Orario. Therefore, Shakti, your task, along with the other four, is to protect Riveria while she casts her magic, Finn instructed Shakti. As a crucial part of their strategy, the task of eliminating the hordes of Fomorians fell upon Riveria. Known as the Nine Hells, she would be the key to their victory. Of course, this protection was reciprocal. While casting magic, Riveria would rely on Shakti and the others for protection. And when not actively casting spells, Riveria would be responsible for protecting her support team. Yes. Shakti, the captain of the Ganesha Familia, understood the deeper meaning behind Finn's arrangement and readily accepted it. We will protect Riveria Senpai with our lives, Elise vowed with a determined expression. Finn nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Mika. Mika, your task tomorrow is to protect Ermid and Melly while contributing as much as possible to the Baylor subjugation. However, if protecting them requires your full attention, prioritize their safety above all else. As Familia members, you should be well versed in fighting alongside each other. Leave it to me. Mika replied confidently, pleased with Finn's instructions. Finn nodded once more. As the overall commander, he understood that adventurers of their caliber had their own unique fighting styles, making it difficult to develop perfect synergy in such a short time. Instead of imposing his will and forcing them into unfamiliar tactics, it was more effective to allow them to fight in their preferred styles. He would only provide general guidance and oversee the overall strategy. This approach would allow them to maximize their combat effectiveness. Therefore, for the upcoming battle, Finn would only assign general objectives without micromanaging their every move. He and Riverieljo's Alf would form one team. Otter would operate independently. As for Mika, although his combat abilities were comparable to theirs, ensuring Ermid's safety was a higher priority than adding another frontline fighter. Therefore, Mika wasn't assigned to a specific team in Finn's battle plan. If Mika could contribute to the Baylor subjugation while ensuring Ermid and Melly's safety, that would be ideal. But if he couldn't, it wouldn't be a major issue. However, Finn was more concerned about the Freya Familia than Mika. Due to their rivalry, members of the Freya Familia rarely cooperated with each other. That's the general plan. Now, I want to discuss the precautions we must take against the Baylor. Be wary of its eyes. Eyes? Elise, unfamiliar with the Baylor, asked curiously. Yes, its eyes, Finn reiterated. One of the Baylor's eyes is open, while the other is closed. It's the closed eye that we need to be wary of. Once the closed eye opens, a beam of light will erupt from it. Anything caught in that beam will be instantly obliterated. There's no defense against it. No defense? Mika repeated in astonishment. He knew a bit about the Baylor, not from Danmachi world, but from his previous life. The Baylor was the king of the Fomorians and a malevolent god in Celtic mythology. Of course, those details weren't important. The Baylor was most famous for its eye, a demonic eye that could supposedly kill anything it gazed upon. That was why Mika was familiar with it. The Baylor's demonic eye was the inspiration for the mystic eyes of death perception in the Type Moon universe. It was because of Shiki Ryugai's mystic eyes that Mika had learned about the Baylor. Of course, the Baylor in this world was an evil god, whereas the Baylor in Danmachi was a monster born from the dungeon, a solitary king. While Mika suspected that this Baylor might also possess a demonic eye, he didn't think it would be capable of instantly killing everything. After all, they weren't the same entity. However, it seemed even this Baylor was a terrifying foe. Yes, no defense whatsoever. Anything struck by that beam will be reduced to ashes instantly. No amount of equipment or magic can protect against it. This information was obtained by previous generations of adventurers who paid the ultimate price. Finn's somber words silenced everyone. It was a chilling thought. Encountering the Baylor on the 49th floor without knowing its abilities would be a guaranteed disaster. It must have a weakness, right? Otherwise, it would be invincible. Melly's voice broke the silence. Indeed, Finn nodded. The Baylor's demonic eye has a weakness, it's immobile. Unlike our eyes, which can move freely, it's fixed in place. Therefore, by observing the direction the Baylor is facing, we can roughly predict the trajectory of the beam. As long as we anticipate its attack, we can evade it. So, we need to constantly monitor the position of its demonic eye during the battle. Melly mused, stroking her chin. That means we can't engage it with a large group. Normal adventurers would struggle to fight while simultaneously keeping track of the Baylor's eye. But without sufficient numbers, it's difficult to deal with the Fomorians. It's a dilemma. Exactly. That's what makes the Baylor so challenging, Finn sighed. Shakti and Elise exchanged nervous glances. Compared to the first-tier adventurers like Finn and his companions, Melly's reference to normal adventurers clearly included them. I must be vigilant of the Baylor's eye tomorrow, Shakti and Elise repeated to themselves, their expressions grim. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. If there are no further questions, let's get some rest. Tomorrow will be crucial. Yes. Everyone nodded and returned to their resting spots. Leaning against her pack, Melly stared into the campfire, lost in thought. Mika knew she was contemplating tomorrow's strategy. After all, tomorrow's battle was of utmost importance to Orario. As an aspiring strategist, this was Melly's chance to prove herself. I doubt she'll get much sleep tonight, Mika chuckled, then turned to Ermid, who was lying beside him. Why aren't you sleeping? Mika, do you think our expedition will be successful tomorrow? Of course. Mika replied without hesitation. Why? Seeing Mika's unwavering confidence, Ermid sat up curiously. Because I'm here. Mika gently stroked Ermid's head, his voice filled with warmth and reassurance. Form ranks. Brace for impact. Finn shouted, his voice echoing through the cavern. The expedition had reached the 49th floor, entering the preparatory stage for the final battle against the monstrous floor boss. Their next objective was to locate the behemoth, Baylor. Then, the decisive battle would commence. Initially, Finn estimated that locating Baylor alone would take 1 or 2 days. After all, the 49th floor wasn't a place they could easily traverse. Their every move would be met with fierce resistance from the formidable monsters that lurked within. But now, they had a more efficient method. Melly's summoned familiar, Fufu. Stay alert. Make sure those thrown weapons from the formers don't hit Fufu. These monsters have a potential ability close to level 5. If Fufu gets hit, it definitely won't survive. Mika, on Fufu's back, carefully surveyed their surroundings as he issued a stern warning. A level 5 monster's physical strength was immense. A single punch could shatter the ground. I understand. Melly replied, her expression equally serious as she clung to Fufu's back. Having Melly navigate the 49th floor atop Fufu to locate Baylor was Finn's ingenious strategy. However, it was an incredibly risky maneuver. Melly needed a powerful escort to ensure her safety. As Mika mentioned, the monsters on this floor were on a completely different level compared to those on the upper floors. The formers, with their potential ability approaching level 5, weren't just formidable in close combat. Their immense strength allowed them to hurl projectiles with devastating force, effectively extending their attack range to encompass the skies. Therefore, Mika assumed the role of Melly's protector, accompanying her on this perilous reconnaissance mission. But I have a better idea! Melly suddenly exclaimed, sitting up on Fufu's back. What idea? Mika asked, curiosity piqued. Illusion magic, of course. With a flick of her wrist, a strange sensation enveloped Mika. What's this? It's my magic. Those formers on the ground shouldn't be able to see us now. Ah, that! Mika's eyes widened in realization. Illusion magic was a skill Melly had developed based on the knowledge she acquired in the Type Moon world. However, its effects were so similar to her dream cage ability that Mika often struggled to distinguish whether she was manipulating dreams or employing illusions. He tended to lump them together in his mind. But there were subtle differences between the two. For instance, while both could conceal their presence, Dream Cage achieved this by manipulating an opponent's perception, creating a dream where they were absent. Illusion magic, on the other hand, directly rendered them invisible. In their current situation, illusion magic was undoubtedly the more effective option. If you had a way to conceal us, why did you pretend you didn't and drag me along? What? You're not happy about it? Seeing Melly's menacing glare, Mika quickly shook his head. Satisfied with his response, Melly's expression softened. Humph. It's not like they're short-handed without you over there. It's better for you to accompany me on this scouting mission than to simply add to their already overwhelming strength. Yes, you're right. Mika shook his head helplessly. He decided to let it go. After all, Finn had entrusted him with the task of protecting Ermid and Melly. With the decisive battle yet to commence, Ermid was safe within the main force. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with him accompanying Melly and ensuring her safety. Since they can't see us, let's have Fufu fly faster. We need to find Baylor quickly. To maintain their stealth, Fufu hadn't been flying at full speed. Did you hear that, Fufu? Melly called out. Full speed ahead. Roar. With a roar, Fufu surged forward, its speed increasing exponentially as it soared across the barren landscape. Found it. After an hour of flight, Mika and Melly finally located Baylor. That's impressive. Gazing down at the scene below, Melly couldn't help but express her astonishment. The colossal Baylor, standing over 20 meters tall, lumbered across the ground. Its massive frame, resembling a gigantic former, was even more grotesque due to its sheer size. In its hands, it clutched two enormous clubs. Surrounding Baylor were hundreds of formers, following in its wake. Their bodies were noticeably larger and more robust than the other formers on the 49th floor. These guys definitely have a potential ability of level 5. They might even be elite level among level 5 monsters. Mika eyed the horde of formers with apprehension. In the dungeon, every 12 floors marked a significant increase in monster levels. However, the monster's strength didn't increase in a sudden, drastic manner. For instance, on the 13th floor, the first floor of the middle floors, the monsters possessed strength close to level 2 but hadn't quite reached that level yet. It was only after descending 2 or 3 more floors that the monster's strength would generally reach level 2. The same applied to the 49th floor. As the first floor of the deep floors, the monsters here were close to level 5 in strength but hadn't reached that level yet. However, the elite formers accompanying Baylor were already on par with monsters from the 55th floor and beyond. This presented a formidable challenge for the expedition. Standing atop Fufu's back, surveying the situation below, Mika and Melly pondered their next move. Let's head back for now, Mika said finally. We've confirmed Baylor's approximate location and its direction of travel. We just need to follow its trail. We can conduct further reconnaissance once we bring the rest of the expedition here. Okay. Melly nodded and steered Fufu in the opposite direction. We need to find a way to eliminate those formers quickly. Otherwise, it will be difficult to focus on fighting Baylor, Melly said, her voice laced with concern as they flew back. Yes, I agree. Mika nodded silently. Shakti and the others stood no chance against those hundreds of elite formers. If they weren't dealt with, Mika would have to divert manpower to protect them. And that would undoubtedly hinder their efforts to defeat Baylor. Is that the situation? Finn frowned, listening intently to Mika's report. Although they had obtained information from the guild, their encounters with Baylor had been extremely limited. Or rather, they had always avoided direct confrontation upon spotting the monstrous floor boss from afar. Thus, even Finn had no knowledge of the elite formers guarding Baylor. I agree with Melly. We need to eliminate those elite formers first. Only then can we engage Baylor without distractions. Turning to Riveria, Finn said, this task falls upon you, Riveria. I understand. Riveria nodded solemnly, her expression grave. She, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. Let's move. We need to reach Baylor's location quickly. With their plan finalized, Finn and the others, already prepared for battle, switched to assault mode. Otter, the strongest among them, led the charge alongside Hayden, tasked with clearing a path through the monstrous horde. Alan, Hogney, Finn and Gareth flanked the group, protecting their sides. Mika and Riveria brought up the rear. Ermit and the others remained in the center, providing magical support. Don't get cocky. Mika, wielding his dual spears, swiftly intercepted the monsters flanking their formation. Facing the formers, whose strength rivaled level 5 adventurers, Mika dispatched them with swift, precise movements. What a masterful spearmanship, Mika! Riveria exclaimed, impressed by his skills. As Finn was once Orario's foremost spearman, Riveria possessed a deep understanding of spearmanship. Therefore, she could appreciate the true extent of Mika's abilities. His swift, precise, and ferocious spear techniques struck the monsters' vital points, their magic stones, leaving them no chance to retaliate. It helps that they're monsters with such an obvious weak point, Mika chuckled. Monsters born from the dungeon possessed incredible vitality. But they all shared a common weakness, their magic stones. Shattering a monster's magic stone was the quickest way to defeat it. However, most magic stones were hidden deep within a monster's body. Unless an adventurer frequently hunted a specific type of monster and knew the precise location of its magic stone, achieving a one-hit kill was extremely difficult. Moreover, since a shattered magic stone turned to dust, rendering it worthless, few adventurers bothered practicing this technique. For most adventurers, an intact magic stone represented their reward. Shattering a magic stone? That was an extravagant luxury. Even the wealthiest adventurers wouldn't waste time honing such a skill. But Mika could afford to be different. With his transparent world, a monster's internal structure was laid bare before him. He could see everything with perfect clarity. Fortunately, the current expedition wasn't interested in collecting magic stones. Therefore, Mika could freely target them without any repercussions. Perhaps a bow and arrows would be more suitable in this situation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mika, having dispatched another former, retreated to the center of the formation. Ermid, give me a bow and arrows. He called out, sheathing his dual spears. Here you go. Ermid retrieved a bow and arrows from their supply pack and tossed them towards Mika. Thanks. Mika slung the quiver over his shoulder, nocked an arrow, and drew the bowstring taut. The next moment, invisible energy enveloped the arrow. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, the arrow, enhanced by his energy and now incredibly sharp, shot forward, piercing a charging former. The arrow struck the former's magic stone with pinpoint accuracy, instantly ending its life. Excellent, Riveria praised, having witnessed Mika's actions. Few people knew that Riveria, aside from being Orario's most powerful mage, was also an expert archer. Her archery skills were equally impressive. That was why she was so astonished by Mika's archery prowess. During their brief time together, Riveria had witnessed Mika employ various combat skills, swordsmanship, knife fighting, spearmanship, shield skills, and now archery. And he displayed exceptional skill in each discipline. This perplexed Riveria. How could someone so young, barely a teenager, master so many different skills? Unlike her, he wasn't an elf with an extended lifespan. Even for a prodigy like Riveria, it had taken her decades to reach her current level of mastery in archery. But Mika? He had accomplished it in a few years. Hearing Riveria's praise, Mika couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. I'm proficient in all forms of combat. With a confident grin, Mika continued to draw arrows from his quiver, firing them with deadly accuracy. One by one, the monsters flanking the formation fell victim to his arrows. Soon, he shifted his focus to the monsters on both sides. Due to their rapid movement, Mika and Riveria, positioned at the rear, rarely encountered monsters approaching from behind. Their primary targets were the monsters that slipped past the vanguard or flanks and flowed towards the rear. Therefore, Mika and Riveria had the lightest workload. After all, while Mika possessed incredible combat abilities, he was only level 4. Riveria, a level 5 mage, was less adept at close combat compared to the others. Thus, the easiest task fell to them. However, Mika wasn't content with simply fulfilling his assigned role. He wanted to contribute more. Focusing on the monsters on both sides, he rained down arrows, eliminating them before they could reach the rear. As a result, Riveria suddenly found herself with nothing to do. What is this stressful feeling of ease? Despite having no immediate tasks, she couldn't relax. The sensation of being surpassed by a younger generation weighed heavily on her. I can't let this stand. Driven by a surge of determination, Riveria retrieved her bow and arrows, unleashing a volley of shots. However, lacking Mika's ability to pinpoint magic stones with his transparent world and enhance his arrows with energy, she couldn't match his efficiency. This only added to her frustration. Suddenly, a shout echoed from the front lines. We've spotted Baylor. Chapter 136, Mika vs Baylor. Baylor sighted. The shout echoed from the vanguard, instantly drawing the attention of Mika and Riveria, who were positioned further back. The next moment, a colossal giant, towering like a mountain peak, loomed into view. This was the target of their expedition. The king of the Fomorians, Baylor. Baylor is in sight. The final battle is about to begin. Everyone, let's give it our all, a fight to the death. May fortune favor you all. Finn declared, his voice ringing with determination. The adventurers' eyes burned with fierce resolve as they locked onto Baylor. Their pace didn't falter upon sighting their target, instead, they surged forward with renewed vigor. Soon, they reached the vanguard of Baylor's forces, the elite Fomorians. Alan! Leave it to me. Responding to Otter's call, Alan, the vice-captain of the Freya Familia, burst forth from the formation. He displayed the unmatched speed that had earned him the title of Orario's fastest. A dark blur flashed past, and Alan vanished from sight. According to Finn's strategy, Alan's task was to draw the enemy's attention. To eliminate the surrounding elite Fomorians swiftly, they needed to be lured towards the center. While Riveria's magic covered a vast area, its power became more concentrated and devastating the closer the targets were grouped. To effectively eliminate the elite Fomorians in the vicinity, they had to be gathered together. For this purpose, Alan carried bait, trap packs designed to attract monsters. Finn, anticipating this scenario, had made thorough preparations. Weaving through the elite Fomorians, Alan ran tirelessly, not daring to slow down even for a moment. If he stopped, he might never run again. The horde of monsters pursuing him was simply too overwhelming. Drawn by the scent of the trap packs, even Baylor reacted, its gaze fixated on the rapidly moving Alan. Knowing he had reached his limit, Alan dared not push further. He abruptly changed direction and sprinted back towards his companions. Riveria, get ready! Finn shouted, observing Alan's movements. Riveria, who had been patiently waiting, planted her staff firmly before her, closed her eyes, and began chanting the incantation for her spell. Soon, the flames will be unleashed. The encroaching flames of war, inevitable destruction. The horn of battle resounds, enveloping all in a tempest of violence. Come forth, crimson flames, merciless inferno, embodiment of purgatorial fire, sweep across the battlefield, bringing an end to this grand conflict. Burn everything to ash, sword of Surtur. As the incantation concluded, Riveria slowly opened her eyes. Alan, get clear! Finn yelled. Alan's speed surged to its peak as he leaped clear of the elite Fomorians. With a flick of her wrist, Riveria unleashed her devastating magic. Sword of Surtur. Boom! A series of fiery pillars erupted from the ground, transforming into swirling infernos that consumed everything in their path. Both the targeted elite Fomorians and the other Fomorians that had followed Mika and his companions were reduced to ashes. The intense flames illuminated the adventurers' faces, reflecting the raging inferno in their eyes. A wave of awe washed over them. Is this the magic of Riveria, the Nine Hells, hailed as Orario's strongest mage? Elise and the others murmured in astonishment, witnessing the spectacle for the first time. Even Melly leaped with excitement. Even Mika, who was well aware of the power of Riveria's magic, was deeply moved by its destructive might. However, he felt no envy. After all, he too possessed wide area magic. Don't just stand there. The battle has begun. Finn's roar snapped everyone back to reality. Instantly, they returned to their battle-ready stances. Air mid. Understood. Healing drop. Light, I will heal you. Dia Fratel. Following closely behind Riveria, Airmid unleashed her healing magic. A sacred radiance enveloped the adventurers, filling them with a sense of warmth and rejuvenation. Spirits of the trees, grant my wish, cloak of the forest. Silent Canto. Next came Riveria's Silent Canto spell. An emerald green shield enveloped the adventurers, protecting them from harm. With a shield and a healer, it's time for a full-on assault. Watching Finn and the others charge towards Baylor, Mika shook his head and turned his attention to the surrounding area. His task was to protect Airmid. Therefore, his battle wasn't against Baylor, but against the remaining Formorians. I really want to fight the boss, but unfortunately, I'm stuck clearing out the small fry. Ignite, and be my chariot of flames. Engulfed in crimson flames, Mika, dual spears in hand, rejoined the fray. His first targets were the surviving elite Formorians. To maximize its destructive power, Riveria's Sword of Surtur had a more focused area of effect, allowing some of the Formorians on the periphery to escape. Mika drew his bow and nocked an arrow. This time, in addition to enhancing the arrow with his nen, he imbued it with fire, amplifying its destructive potential. He systematically targeted the remaining elite Formorians, eliminating them one by one. After dispatching the elite Formorians, Mika turned his attention to the surrounding horde. In the deep levels of the dungeon, monsters respawned rapidly. Mika faced a seemingly endless wave of enemies. The flames raged across the battlefield, growing ever stronger. How troublesome! With a swing of his spear, Mika began to chant. The fierce battle has begun, the horn of sorrow resounds. A dim path, a bright flame, hope burns brightly. Eternal flame, unyielding blade. With a mighty roar, Mika thrust his flame-wreathed spear forward. A crimson crescent of fire swept across the battlefield. In an instant, nothing remained alive within several 100 meters of Mika. Everything had been consumed by the flames. Clang! Boom! Blocking an incoming club with his short spear in his left hand, Mika detonated the Formorian before him with his flame-wreathed spear. He continued to relentlessly battle the seemingly endless horde. Since the start of the Baylor campaign, Formorians had been swarming in from all directions. Fearless of death, they charged relentlessly towards the adventurers. Not only Mika but also Finn and the others on the other side were constantly engaged in combat, cutting down Formorians left and right. These guys are such a nuisance. Retreating quickly to the back line where Riveria, Airmid, and the others were positioned. In situations like this, a sword is definitely more efficient. He muttered to himself before charging back into the fray. Be careful, Mika. Airmid called out, her voice laced with concern as she watched him disappear back into the throng of monsters, his armor now stained crimson with their blood. Mika simply waved in acknowledgement, his fighting spirit burning brightly, before plunging back into the heart of the monster horde. Flames erupted anew. This time, he employed his Nen ability, Fire of the Right. His Nen transformed into flames that enveloped his body. With each swing of his sword, enhanced flames erupted from Erendite, slicing through Formorians and incinerating them. Mika, look out! Airmid's warning cry echoed from behind. Turning his head, Mika saw Riveria raising her staff. He quickly retreated. Blazing pillars of fire shot up from the ground, transforming the surrounding area into a fiery inferno. Hundreds of Formorians were instantly reduced to ash under the onslaught of this wide area magic spell. The overwhelming pressure that had been bearing down on the adventurers was momentarily alleviated. Now's my chance. Seeing the surrounding Formorians obliterated, though he knew they would soon respawn, Mika seized the brief respite from his relentless defense. Taste this! Erendite, full throttle! Swiftly approaching Baylor, Mika unleashed the full power of Erendite against the giant. A blinding flash of light erupted as Mika swung his sword, sending a wave of energy hurtling towards Baylor's chest. The sharp and dangerous blade of light tore through Baylor's flesh, but after piercing its outer layer, it couldn't penetrate any deeper. As the light dissipated, a massive gash remained on Baylor's chest. What a powerful strike! Was that magic? Finn and the others, fighting near Baylor, were awestruck by the force of Mika's attack. They hadn't managed to inflict such a significant wound on Baylor. Before they could fully process their astonishment, Mika had already closed the distance to Baylor. Using the giant's body as a foothold, he rapidly ascended. In moments, he stood before the gaping wound he had created on Baylor's chest. Then, before everyone's eyes, Mika plunged his short spear deep into the wound, driving it further down along the length of the gash. The wound lost its ability to regenerate. Raik! A searing pain ripped through Baylor's abdomen, and it roared in fury, swinging its massive club. With earth-shattering force, the club connected with Mika, who was momentarily suspended in mid-air, unable to dodge. He was sent flying. Mika! Ermit and Melly cried out in unison, rushing towards him. Cough! Mika crashed heavily onto the ground, his body covered in blood. Even his armor was shattered and broken from the devastating blow. Using his arms to push himself up, Mika slowly rose to his feet. Despite coughing up blood, his fighting spirit remained unbroken. He was sustained by the power of his resilience skill. Mika, are you all right? Ermit and Melly reached his side, their voices filled with concern as they examined his injuries. Cough! I was careless. Baylor's attack was too powerful. I don't know how many bones I've broken, and my internal organs are ruptured. Use enhancement, Ermit. Now. Right. Hearing the severity of Mika's injuries, despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, Ermit didn't hesitate. Enhance. Healing drop, tears of light, eternal sanctuary, I call upon the hymn of light. 365 melodies, the calendar of healing will save all. Come forth, banish evil, bury wounds, dispel sickness, send curses to the other side, deliver the light's pivot. In the name of the gods, I heal you. Over limit dia fertel. Amplified by Hernan ability, Ermit's healing magic was even more potent than usual. In an instant, Mika's grievous injuries, which would have been impossible to heal even with modern medicine, were completely mended. Excellent. Standing up and clenching his fists, Mika grinned. Thank you, Ermit. Don't mention it. It's my duty, Ermit replied with a relieved smile, seeing Mika fully recovered. Mika nodded and turned his gaze back towards Baylor. The giant was currently engaged in battle with Otter, Finn, and the others. Finn, Alan, Bet, and Hogna circled Baylor, dodging its attacks while simultaneously inflicting wounds upon its massive form. Otter and Gareth, however, faced Baylor head-on. Gareth, a defensive specialist and the shield of the Loki Familia, met each swing of Baylor's club head-on, even if it meant being sent flying. Otter, fighting alongside Gareth, simply endured the blows. As a warrior, he could withstand Baylor's attacks without flinching, responding with powerful blows that left massive wounds on the giant. He was undoubtedly the cornerstone of their offensive. Watching Otter's unwavering defense against Baylor, Mika's fighting spirit ignited. Melly, how are the preparations I asked you to make coming along? Ah, that. Melly blinked, then smiled. Everything's ready. Then let's begin. Chapter 137 Baylor Magic Eye. Alright, I'll begin. Seeing Mika's unwavering determination, Melly immediately summoned Fufu, who soared into the sky. Seated on Fufu's back, Melly placed her staff across her lap and closed her eyes, entering a meditative state. As Fufu circled the battlefield, a shower of pink petals rained down from the sky. What's this? Riveria, having just frozen Baylor's knees with a spell, looked up and noticed the descending petals. Intrigued by this unusual phenomenon, she glanced upwards. Melly? Is this her magic? A wave of curiosity washed over Riveria as she sensed the strange energy permeating the air. What kind of magic was this? It was so beautiful. Then, something extraordinary happened. Another Riveria appeared beside her. Along with Riveria, duplicates of Elise, Shakti, and the others also materialized. These are illusions. Indeed, they are illusions, Mika confirmed, approaching from behind with a smile. Since being tasked with clearing out the smaller monsters and protecting Ermit and the others, Mika had been searching for a way to permanently deal with the formers, preventing them from interfering with the battle against Baylor. He had racked his brain, but no viable solution came to mind. Finally, Melly proposed a plan, enveloping the area in an illusion, causing the monsters to attack each other, creating an opening for Mika to engage Baylor. Normally, Melly wouldn't be able to create an illusion on this scale with her own power. But she had Fufu's assistance. Although Melly often summoned Fufu as a familiar, Fufu's true purpose was to amplify Melly's abilities. It was thanks to Fufu's enhancement that Melly could control so many monsters simultaneously. Of course, another factor was that she used illusion rather than dream prison. Dream prison required precise control over each individual monster, while illusion simply required manipulating their perception through mental power. The two techniques were vastly different. Riveria, please attack without restraint. The formers have been ensnared by our illusion and are currently attacking their own phantom duplicates. In their eyes, this area is now empty space. There's no need to worry about them. Now, please demonstrate your true power as Orario's strongest mage. With that, Mika charged towards Baylor. Finn, the formers are dealt with. I'm here to help. Perfect timing. A small smile graced Finn's lips as he heard Mika's voice. The previous battle had given him a first-hand taste of Baylor's terrifying power. Even Gareth, the most resilient among them, couldn't withstand a direct hit from Baylor. A single blow from Baylor's club was enough to send Gareth flying. If it weren't for Ermid's constant healing, he would have been incapacitated long ago. Gareth's ability to remain on the battlefield, as well as the opportunity for Finn and the others to attack, was solely due to Otter's defense. With Otter's monstrous combat prowess, he could single-handedly hold off Baylor's attacks indefinitely. With Finn and the others assisting, their defense was impenetrable. However, the reason the battle had reached a stalemate was their lack of damage output. According to Finn's estimations, if they maintained their current pace without any external interference, they could whittle down Baylor in approximately 15 hours. But who could endure such a prolonged, high-intensity battle for 15 hours? Without Ermid's constant healing to replenish their strength and stamina, they wouldn't last even 5 hours. After all, the level gap between them and Baylor was immense. This battle was like walking a tightrope. Expecting someone to walk a tightrope for 15 hours was akin to a death sentence. Why subject them to such needless torment? In a battle like this, every ounce of strength mattered. Every additional combatant could potentially tip the scales of victory. After all, delays could lead to unforeseen complications. They couldn't afford to drag out the fight. Baylor's most powerful ability, his magic eye, had yet to be unleashed. Everyone, focus your attacks on Baylor's wound. Widen it. With Mika joining the fray, Finn immediately adjusted their strategy. After Mika's victory over the Amphisbena, Finn had inquired about the properties of his weapon. Upon learning that the weapon had a unique owner recognition function, Finn abandoned the idea of borrowing it. However, he had devised a tactic based on its capabilities. The Magic Stone Excavation Tactic. Due to the existence of achievements, dungeon bosses had always served as stepping stones for heroes to transcend their limits. In battles against such formidable foes, the most effective method for achieving victory was destroying their magic stone. Once the magic stone was destroyed, regardless of the monster's power, death was inevitable. However, the robust bodies and regenerative abilities of dungeon bosses often made it impossible to even locate their magic stones. But Mika possessed a way to bypass this obstacle. By continuously attacking and deepening Baylor's wound, then using Mika's Gibati to inflict a curse upon it, they could gradually expand the injury until the magic stone was exposed. This method was significantly more efficient than simply trading blows with the monster and slowly whittling down its health. Understood. Having been briefed on this tactic beforehand, everyone adjusted their attacks, focusing on Baylor's wound. Otter, bearing the brunt of Baylor's attacks, focused all his energy on defense. It was the Freya Familia's trio who shone brightest in this situation. Alan Frummel, Orario's fastest adventurer. And the magic swordsman, Hogni Ragnar and Haydeen Selland. Alan, with his lightning-fast speed, darted around Baylor, landing precise blows. Hogni and Haydeen, positioned closer to the monster, unleashed their magic attacks, targeting the wound with pinpoint accuracy. Lacking Alan's speed and Hogni and Haydeen's magic, Finn and Gareth found themselves slightly outmatched in this scenario. Mika, while not as fast as Alan, was significantly faster than Finn. With a swift strike, he further aggravated Baylor's wound, halting its regeneration. It seems victory is within our grasp. Mika exclaimed, observing the deepening wound on Baylor's abdomen. Suddenly, an ominous premonition of death washed over him. Watch out! Baylor's about to open his eyes. The sudden surge of danger originated from Mika's danger sense skill. Feeling an ominous chill run down his spine, Mika swiftly retreated, shouting a warning. Get back! Hearing Mika's cry, the others, including Otter, immediately fell back. Their retreat wasn't to hide or flee, but to create space for maneuvering. They needed to maintain maximum mobility to evade Baylor's devastating magic eye. Direct confrontation with Baylor's magic eye was impossible, their only option was to dodge. As everyone watched with bated breath, the tightly shut eye on Baylor's face slowly opened. Wait, he's looking at it. Mika's heart pounded in his chest as he saw the direction of Baylor's gaze. Baylor wasn't looking at Mika or the others who were inflicting significant damage up close, but at Riveria, who was positioned further away. Elise, Shakti, and the others were gathered around Riveria. And so was Ermid. Ermid, dodge! Mika and Finn yelled simultaneously. Riveria, he's targeting you. How? He saw through the illusion? Does Baylor's magic eye also have the ability to pierce through illusions? Melly's mind raced as she witnessed the unfolding scene, her heart pounding in her chest. Her illusion had created a safe environment for Riveria and the others to attack. But now, that very illusion had placed them in mortal danger. Without the illusion, Riveria would have been far more aware of Baylor's movements. But now, their reaction time was delayed. If they died because of her, Melly knew she would never forgive herself. However, Riveria didn't disappoint. Even in a seemingly safe environment, she had maintained vigilance, keeping a safe distance from the formers. Although her reaction was slightly delayed when Baylor's eye opened, she still moved with incredible speed. Run! Riveria shouted, shoving Ermid out of the danger zone. Simultaneously, she leaped in the opposite direction. Baylor's target was her, not Ermid or the others. Baylor was unaware that Ermid's healing magic was the key to their success against him. The moment Riveria leaped away, the magic eye's beam struck the ground where they had been standing moments before. The beam pierced straight through the floor of the 49th level. Riveria and the others narrowly avoided the attack, but the danger wasn't over. As Baylor turned his head, the magic eye's beam swept across the area, homing in on Riveria. Damn it! While her initial jump had allowed her to escape the initial blast, the brief moment of vulnerability upon landing had put her in mortal danger. Finn had warned them about Baylor's magic eye. The beam wasn't instantaneous. It lasted for approximately 3 seconds. 3 seconds was enough time for it to sweep across a 180-degree arc. If Baylor's physiology allowed his head to rotate a full 360 degrees, he could have swept the area multiple times in that time frame. Therefore, to evade Baylor's magic eye, constant movement and swift reflexes were essential. But now, caught off guard, Riveria had no time to react. Riveria! Ermid cried out in anguish as she watched the beam sweep towards Riveria. Damn it! Even Alan, Orario's fastest, couldn't reach Riveria in time. The distance between them was too great. Riveria! Finn's eyes widened in horror as he watched the scene unfold. Riveria, his trusted companion who had faced countless dangers alongside him, was about to die. As the commander, he couldn't accept this. Just as everyone watched in despair, a blue light streaked across the battlefield, hurtling towards Riveria. If running wasn't fast enough, then flying was the only option. Using his materialized gauntlets to propel himself forward, fueled by an immense surge of magic and ki, with flames erupting from his body for additional thrust, Mika disregarded any thoughts of stopping. His only focus was maximizing his speed. In a flash, he moved faster than anyone had ever seen, transforming into a blur of light as he crossed the battlefield, snatching Riveria from the path of the beam and vanishing from sight. Then, far from the others' view, he crashed into the ground. After all, he hadn't considered how to stop. Mika. Melly, seated on Fufu's back high above, had witnessed everything. Her voice was filled with worry as she recalled Mika's terrifying speed. After all, the principle of speed equating to power applied even in this world. Before she could dwell on it further, she felt a sudden surge of acceleration, followed by Ermid's and Fufu's panicked cries. Roar! Melly, dodge! Hearing Ermid's shout, Melly quickly looked back. What she saw sent a chill down her spine. Baylor's beam grazed past her, narrowly missing her. If Fufu hadn't reacted quickly and accelerated, Melly would have been incinerated on the spot. After failing to hit Master Riveria, he immediately targeted me without hesitation. Could Baylor be intelligent? Melly pondered this as she watched the beam dissipate into the distance. Suddenly, she felt the pull of gravity. Her close call with the beam wasn't a figure of speech, it had been a literal brush with death. The force of the beam had obliterated half of Fufu's body, causing the creature to vanish. And that meant Melly was plummeting towards the ground. Melly! Seeing Melly falling from the sky, Ermid rushed forward, attempting to catch her. But Melly shouted from above, "Don't come closer, Ermid. I'm a level 3. This fall won't kill me. You need to prepare for battle. Fufu is gone. I can no longer maintain the illusion. The formers are about to attack." What? Hearing Melly's warning, Ermid looked around frantically. Her eyes widened in horror as she saw the formers, freed from the illusion, turning their attention back towards them. Chapter 138 Mika is angry. Time to end this. Cough. Mika crawled out of the crater, clutching his mouth, but blood continued to seep through his fingers. "Are you all right, Mika?" Riveria, emerging from the crater right behind him, asked anxiously. "Not really. That impact was powerful. I think I'm pretty badly injured," Mika said with a weak chuckle, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he struggled to his feet. "Was it really that strong? But even with such injuries, you can still manage a smile." Riveria exclaimed, exasperated, as she watched Mika's cheerful demeanor. She then extended her hand, casting a healing spell. As Orario's most powerful mage, Riveria possessed 3 distinct types of magic. These spells offered offensive, defensive, and healing capabilities. Each type had 3 different incantations, altering the spell's form and effect. Therefore, Riveria's 3 types were effectively 9 spells, earning her the title 9 Hell. "Of course, I'm smiling. I accomplished my objective. If I hadn't and you had died, I wouldn't be smiling," Mika replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he felt the warmth of the healing magic wash over him. Riveria paused, staring at Mika's smile before lowering her head and whispering, "Thank you, Mika." "Hey? What was that?" Mika, lost in his thoughts, hadn't heard her clearly. "I said, thank you for saving my life, Mika." Riveria looked up, a genuine smile on her face as she spoke. "You don't have to thank me. You saved Ermid too, after all," Mika replied, his expression turning serious as he recalled the danger Ermid had faced. "If you hadn't pushed Ermid out of the way, she would be dead." "It was my duty," Riveria said, shaking her head. "No, in the face of death, there is no such thing as duty. You saved Ermid, and it was my duty to save you. And I thank you for protecting her." Mika's voice was filled with sincerity. Riveria stared at Mika's earnest expression, momentarily speechless. Once Mika felt his condition had stabilized, he turned his gaze towards the battlefield. "Let's head back, Riveria. The front lines need our firepower." Mika and Riveria were the 2 strongest damage dealers on the battlefield. Otter was tasked with confronting Baylor, focusing all his energy on defense. However, the other level 5 adventurers were significantly weaker than the level 7 Baylor. Therefore, Finn and the others were focused on containing Baylor rather than dealing damage. Before Mika's arrival, Riveria's magic had been the primary source of damage. That was why Baylor, after activating his magic eye, had targeted Riveria first, followed by Melly, who had been using illusion magic. As for Mika, he had become a major damage dealer thanks to the divine weapons he wielded. The Nin-infused weapons possessed sharpness far exceeding that of first-class weapons. The erudite overload, breaking all restraints, overloaded light of the lake Mika had used earlier wasn't the true power of this weapon. It was a special technique that overloaded the weapon with magical energy. The true power of erudite was to raise the user's stats by 1 level. This effect applied to Mika as well. Therefore, Mika's current combat strength was equivalent to that of a level 5 adventurer. Coupled with his divine weapons, Mika quickly became the 2nd most powerful damage dealer on the front lines. "Yes, we need to hurry back," Riveria exclaimed, jolted back to reality by Mika's words. With their minds made up, they wasted no time. After briefly composing themselves, they swiftly headed back to the front lines. "What is this?" As they approached the battlefield, a massive chasm stretched out before them. No, it wasn't merely a chasm, it was an abyss. It was the path carved by the beam fired from Baylor's magic eye. The ground where the beam had struck had completely vanished. In its place was a gaping hole, a curved passage leading down to the lower levels. Mika could see all the way down to the 50th, 51st, and even lower floors through this passage. Baylor's attack had pierced through multiple levels. Whoa! Is this the power of an magic eye? This is insane. If you accidentally fell down there, you'd probably end up on the 50-somethingth floor. Mika stared at the breathtaking sight, awestruck. Who knows? Riveria said, shaking her head as she stood up, Mika following suit. They looked towards the distant front lines and noticed something amiss. Wait, why is Gareth protecting Ermit and the others in the rear? Where's the illusion magic? Where's Melly? Mika frantically scanned the sky, but there was no sign of her. Could it be? A scary thought suddenly entered Mika's mind, one he couldn't shake off. Did Melly die? Was she struck by Baylor's magic eye? Impossible. The more he thought about it, the colder Mika's heart became, while his mind raced. Rage burned fiercely within him. Mika, calm down. It might not be as bad as you think, Riveria said urgently, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Mika. She didn't believe Melly was dead. The atmosphere at the front lines wasn't filled with grief. There hadn't been any indication of a casualty. But Mika was beyond reason. His rage intensified, manifesting as a tangible heat that radiated from his body. Ah! Riveria quickly withdrew her hand from Mika's shoulder as she felt the scorching heat. Then, she saw flames begin to ignite around Mika. Damn it! He's not listening. Riveria's heart sank as she saw the anger contorting Mika's features. What do I do? Just as she was at a loss, a foot suddenly connected with Mika's shin. Don't just ignore people when they're talking to you. I'm not dead yet. Nearly knocked off balance by the sudden kick, Mika quickly turned around. He saw Melly sprawled on the ground. Melly! Mika and Riveria exclaimed simultaneously. The flames surrounding Mika vanished as he rushed to Melly's side, scooping her into his arms. Melly, what happened? What happened to you? You look terrible. Riveria added, her voice filled with concern. It's nothing, just a little tumble, Melly replied weakly. Earlier, to evade Baylor and the attacks from the ground, Melly had flown high on Fu's back, so high that her head nearly grazed the dungeon ceiling. When Fu was dispelled, Melly experienced a terrifying freefall. Fortunately, thanks to her consistent physical training, she survived the fall, though it nearly took her life. However, her legs were severely injured, rendering her immobile for the time being. After signaling Ermid with a shower of flower petals to indicate she was alive, Melly lay on the ground, concealing herself with an illusion. She relied on the healing magic Ermid had cast on her before the battle and some recovery potions to treat her injuries. However, before she could rest for long, Mika and Riveria's voices reached her ears. By the time she managed to sit up, Mika was consumed by rage and beyond reason. Melly had no choice but to crawl towards him and deliver a swift kick to his leg. Melly! You're okay? Mika cried out in relief, his anger dissipating instantly. Seeing Mika's smile return, Riveria breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled softly. Observing Melly's injuries, Riveria cast another healing spell, accelerating her recovery. As Riveria's magic flowed through her, Melly's furrowed brow relaxed. Due to the passage of time, the effects of Ermid's healing magic had worn off. Since Melly had been high in the air, Ermid's subsequent spells couldn't reach her, preventing the healing effects from being refreshed. The recovery potions were more effective for external injuries than the internal injuries she had sustained from the fall. And Melly hadn't brought any elixirs. Before this incident, she hadn't anticipated needing them. Thanks to Ermid, Melly rarely used recovery potions, let alone elixirs. She only carried basic recovery potions to avoid bothering Ermid with minor injuries, considering it an unnecessary use of her magic. Therefore, Melly's injuries hadn't healed much until Riveria's intervention. Seeing Melly's relaxed expression, Mika instantly understood what had happened. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Melly, wait here. I'll end this expedition right now. With that, Mika turned and marched towards the front lines. Mika! Melly called out, but he didn't turn back. His silhouette radiated unwavering determination. Riveria watched Mika depart, a thoughtful expression in her eyes. Mika had initially viewed this expedition as a simple task. He had absolute confidence in Finn, Otter, and the others' ability to defeat Baylor. Victory was certain. That was Mika's belief. Therefore, after discussing their strategy, they decided to showcase their strength strategically to enhance their standing within Orario. The rest of the time, they planned to take it easy. With Orario's strongest combatant and strategist leading the charge, Mika couldn't imagine the possibility of failure. However, Mika had overlooked one crucial factor. While they could achieve victory, it would be a hard-fought victory, one that demanded their utmost effort. In such a battle, their ability to protect others would be severely limited. Based on Finn's analysis, Ermit, Elise, and the others could survive in this environment, as long as the battle didn't drag on for too long. But unforeseen circumstances could always arise. The level 7 Baylor possessed the potential to annihilate everything, no matter how slim that possibility might be. This can't continue. I need to end this battle as quickly as possible. The longer this drags on, the more variables will arise. This isn't the right level for Ermit and Melly. They don't belong here. With newfound resolve, flames enveloped Mika's body. He discarded his battered armor, tossing it aside. Gabriel. I'm here. Gabriel, who rarely appeared before others due to Mika's desire to conceal their abilities, materialized beside him. Armor. Here you go. Mika quickly donned the armor Gabriel handed him. I completely forgot I could have used telepathy to check on Melly. I know. Were you laughing at me the whole time? Of course. You actually admit it. Mika glared at Gabriel, exasperated. Why wouldn't I? Melly was right next to you. Although, in her panic, she also forgot about telepathy. I simply stood there, watching to see what kind of spectacle you two would create. Mika lowered his head, unable to meet Gabriel's gaze. Yes, that's the expression. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Mika gritted his teeth. Gabriel, no, Yahweh-sama, when did you become so mean? Mean? I don't think so. You absolutely are. After receiving several non-weapons from Gabriel, Mika dashed towards the front lines. Be careful. Gareth shielded Ermit, Elise, and the others, deflecting the attacks of the approaching formers. Stay alert. Even though there are fewer formers now, don't let your guard down. We all saw what happened earlier. The decrease in monsters is likely due to that chasm. The dungeon is currently repairing itself, slowing down the respawning rate of formers in this area. That must be it. To think we're being helped by a dungeon. How ironic. They had all witnessed the devastation caused by Baylor's attack. The image of the chasm was etched into their memories. I wonder how Mika is doing. Ermit muttered, also having forgotten about telepathy. Me? I'm fine. Mika. Hearing Mika's voice, Ermit quickly turned around. She saw Mika, fully armed, approaching them. He was perched atop a 20-meter-long greatsword, gazing at the distant Baylor with a predatory grin, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Chapter 139 Six-Armed War God. Mika. Drawn by the familiar voice, everyone's eyes turned towards Mika, his equipment gleaming and renewed. However, what truly captivated their attention was the massive sword he wielded. The 20-meter-long blade seemed far too large for any ordinary human to wield. It resembled a weapon fit for a dungeon boss. Mika, what is this? Ermit exclaimed, instantly understanding Mika's intentions. Wait here. I'll be back soon. Mika said, giving Ermit a reassuring nod before turning his gaze towards Baylor, who was wreaking havoc on the front lines. Against a behemoth like Baylor, a behemoth of a sword is the perfect counter, Mika muttered to himself, a determined glint in his eyes. With a surge of mana and nen, Mika propelled himself forward on the massive sword, transforming it into a beam of light as he hurtled straight towards Baylor. Whoosh! The air crackled with the force of the displaced air. Finn and the others, locked in a fierce battle, heard the sound, but before they could react, the giant sword hurtled towards them, aimed directly at Baylor's chest. Rah! But Baylor was no your average boss. With his latent ability reaching level 7, he reacted swiftly, raising his club to meet Mika's colossal sword in a thunderous clash. Clang! The impact of the two gigantic weapons colliding sent shockwaves rippling through the air, kicking up dust and debris. Shielding their eyes, Finn and the others braced themselves against the powerful gusts of wind, their feet firmly planted on the ground. Is this Mika's trump card? Finn wasn't surprised by Mika's hidden strength. As he had stated initially, this expedition was meant to be a beneficial experience for the younger adventurers. Even if Mika's power was sufficient to join the main battle, Finn hadn't intended to rely on him as a primary combatant. His role was to protect the others. The intention was to assign them less demanding tasks. However, Finn was naturally pleased to witness Mika's display of power. Gwaya! As Mika's sword and Baylor's club remained locked in a stalemate, Baylor suddenly extended his other hand. He swung another club, bringing it down hard on Mika's sword. The balance of power shifted instantly. Unable to withstand the force, Mika's feet sank deep into the ground as he was pushed back. Dual-wielding weapons, hey? You think you're the only one who can do that? Mika flicked his left wrist. 3 gauntlets, previously hidden behind him, materialized and rapidly expanded in size. In an instant, 4 giant gauntlets floated beside Mika, each gripping a massive weapon. The remaining 2 gauntlets clasped together, forming a platform beneath Mika's feet. Now hovering in midair, Mika wielded 6 weapons, including the 2 in his own hands. He stood before them, a 6-armed war god. Otter, I'll handle keeping him occupied. Focus all your efforts on attacking. Ra! Ignite! Dance in the flames of this inferno. In the blink of an eye, intense flames engulfed Mika's weapons. He now wielded 6 weapons in total, 2 great swords, 2 spears, and 2 long swords in his own hands. Mika swiftly closed the distance to Baylor, engaging him with the 4 oversized divine weapons while simultaneously unleashing fiery sword slashes with the 2 swords in his hands. Caught in Mika's relentless assault, Baylor struggled to defend himself, unable to focus on anyone else. This created the perfect opportunity. Finn, Alan, and the others unleashed their full power, their attacks growing fiercer without the need to defend. But that wasn't all. Compared to Finn and the others' attacks, Otter's assault was the main course. Now on the offensive, he demonstrated why he was considered the strongest in Orario. Even against a formidable opponent like Baylor, each of Otter's strikes carried immense weight, leaving deep gashes in Baylor's flesh. Gwa-ya-ya! Baylor roared in pain as Otter's attacks battered him, but Mika's relentless assault prevented him from retaliating. And the onslaught wasn't over yet. Harbingers of the end, oh, white snow! At twilight's hour, unleash the raging winds. Seal the light, freeze the earth. A blizzard descends, a 3-fold winter. Accompanied by the incantation, 3 blizzards hurtled towards Baylor. Ecstasy Fimbul Winter. The caster was none other than Riveria. After healing Melly's injuries, she had returned to the rear lines, entrusting Ermid with Melly's continued care. After all, Ermid's healing abilities were even greater than her own. After ensuring Melly's safety, Riveria rejoined the battle. With precise control, Riveria's magic froze Baylor's legs, immobilizing him in the midst of his close combat with Mika. Remarkably, Mika remained completely unaffected by the blizzard. Masterful control! Mika exclaimed in admiration. But Riveria wasn't finished yet. Immediately after casting Ecstasy Fimbul Winter, she began another incantation. Soon, the flames will be unleashed. The creeping wildfire, unavoidable destruction. The warhorn blares, heralding a brutal conflict that engulfs all. Come forth, crimson flames, merciless inferno, you are the embodiment of wildfire, sweeping across the battlefield, bringing an end to this great war. Burn everything to ashes, Surtra's sword. Surtra sword. This time, Riveria focused the full power of her Surtra sword spell, concentrating all the fiery swords onto a single point, Baylor's feet. Gwa-ya-ya! Consuming flames erupted from beneath Baylor, engulfing him in a swirling inferno. He roared in agony. Mika saw his opportunity. Hey-ya! With a mighty swing of his enlarged erendite, Mika struck the wound on Baylor's chest. After hours of relentless assault, enduring dozens of Mika's strikes, Baylor's chest finally split open, revealing his magic stone. We've finally broken through Baylor's defenses! Finn exclaimed triumphantly. Among Orario's adventurers, there was a shared understanding, battling a dungeon boss was a test of endurance. Bosses were incredibly resilient. Their defenses were so formidable that insufficient damage output couldn't even scratch their skin, let alone inflict significant harm. Now, after combining their collective strength, they had finally exposed Baylor's weak point, his magic stone, located within his chest. Gwa-ya-ya! Sensing the imminent threat of death, Baylor thrashed wildly within the inferno, attempting to escape. Don't even think about it! Mika shouted, wielding his 4 weapons to pin Baylor down. You usually rely on your size to bully us, don't you? Now it's our turn to show you what it feels like to be on the receiving end. As Mika pressed down, Baylor, his footing unsteady, stumbled and fell, giving Mika the opportunity to pin him down with the gauntlets that now formed a combat platform beneath his feet. Quickly, attack his magic stone! Mika yelled, holding Baylor firmly in place. Upon hearing Mika's command, everyone lunged towards Baylor. But just then, a sense of foreboding washed over Mika. His danger sense flared. This feeling, could it be? Mika's gaze snapped towards Baylor. His closed eye was slowly opening. No, there's no time. Melly. I'm here. In the distance, Melly, alerted by Mika's cry and the urgent message conveyed through their telepathic link, swiftly raised her staff. Just as Baylor's evil eye unleashed its devastating beam, pink flower petals filled the air, enveloping the battlefield in a soft, ethereal light. In the next moment, the beam, which had been hurtling towards them, transformed into harmless petals, scattering in the wind. Everyone, including Baylor, was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Seizing this crucial moment of distraction, multiple weapons plunged into Baylor's exposed magic stone. A cracking sound echoed through the chamber. Crack! Baylor's magic stone shattered, splintering into countless fragments. We won! Elise cried out triumphantly in the distance. Her cry was echoed by the others. We did it! We finally won! I thought we weren't going to make it back. Don't jinx it! I'm only saying it now because we won. Exhausted but elated, the adventurers on the front lines collapsed to the ground. The hours-long battle had drained their energy. Even those with remaining stamina were utterly spent. Despite their exhaustion, smiles adorned their faces. We won! Ha ha ha! Even Otter, Alan, and Tioni couldn't contain their grins. Joy permeated the air. We finally won! Mika exclaimed, laughing as he lay on the ground. The 50th floor. This was the level directly below Baylor's lair. It was also one of the few safe zones in the dungeon. After defeating Baylor, the exhausted adventurers descended to this level to rest and recover. Once they had recuperated, they would return to the surface in one go, concluding their expedition. Here you go, hero! Elise said with a cheerful grin, offering Mika a freshly baked treat. Hero? Don't give me too much credit. Although Mika had played a significant role in the battle, their victory was the result of everyone's combined efforts. Don't be so modest. You deserve it, Finn added, passing by with a cup of water, a smile playing on his lips. Everyone saw your contribution. Exactly. That's right. We'll never forget it. You guys. Mika shook his head, though the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. Basking in their praise, Mika's smile widened as the others continued to shower him with compliments. Their cheerful banter continued until Ermit and Tsubaki emerged from a tent. How did it go? Mika asked, turning to Melly, who sat down beside him. It's definitely top-tier material, but I haven't decided what to make with it yet. That's right. It doesn't seem suitable for just any weapon, Tsubaki added, shaking her head. Indeed, Mika agreed, recalling the material they had retrieved. The material, which all three of them deemed exceptional, was Baylor's magic eye, a crystalline sphere roughly 30 centimeters in diameter. Finn and the others had given it to Mika as a reward for his contributions during the battle. After a moment of thought, Mika spoke to Melly telepathically, let's hold on to this eye for now. We might find a suitable use for it in another world someday. That's all we can do for now, Melly replied with a sigh. Mika believed that the eye could be processed using techniques from the Type Moon world, potentially creating a powerful mystic code. However, rather than entrusting it to Gabriel, Mika preferred to craft it into a powerful weapon himself. After all, crafting equipment was his passion. By the way, Finn, once we return to Orario, you guys should be leveling up soon, right? Shakti suddenly asked Finn, interrupting Mika's thoughts. What are you planning to do then? Everyone quieted down, their attention drawn to this important topic. What do you mean, what are we planning to do? Finn asked in return. Are you going to keep your level ups a secret, using it as a surprise tactic, or announce it publicly? Shakti clarified her question. Announce it publicly, Finn declared firmly. Even if most reach level 6, I doubt we'll have much of a surprise effect. After all, you've all heard of Zald and Alfia's strength. I don't think a sudden increase in our levels will make much of a difference against them. It's better to announce it publicly. The news of 7 level 6 adventurers will undoubtedly boost morale in the city and demoralize the dark faction. Those who haven't fought against Zald and Alfia can't truly comprehend their power. Perhaps, to them, 7 level 6 adventurers will seem more intimidating than 2 level 7 adventurers who aren't at their peak. Finn concluded with a chuckle. Chapter 140, Orario Most Talented. Celebration Party. Hey! Everyone was taken aback by Finn's explanation. His analogy was simply too fantastical. Surely, the dark faction isn't that foolish, Ryua muttered under her breath. Don't be so sure, Finn replied with a gentle smile and a faraway look in his eyes. Zald and Alfia are two of the most exceptional talents in Orario's history. Their true strength is beyond comprehension unless you've witnessed it firsthand. Mere imagination can scarcely grasp a fraction of their power. With that, Finn stood up and walked away. Alfia, Mika murmured, shaking his head as he clasped his hands behind his head and lay down. Recalling his previous encounter with Alfia. Is that it? Shakti and the others exchanged confused glances as they watched Finn depart and Mika lie down. They decided to change the subject, unable to fathom the true extent of Zald and Alfia's power. After a night of rest, everyone prepared to return to the surface at dawn. Sitting on a rock and staring at the ceiling of the 50th floor, Mika couldn't help but marvel. No matter how many times I see it, the synchronized time between here and the surface is just incredible. The ceiling of the safe floor was embedded with countless crystals. The color and brightness of these crystals changed in sync with the time on the surface. When it was daytime above, the crystals emitted a brilliant light. When night fell on the surface, the crystals dimmed. This allowed adventurers on the safe floors to experience the natural cycle of day and night. It's beyond comprehension, Melly said, sitting beside Mika. After all, the dungeon isn't an inanimate object. It's alive. Therefore, the natural laws of the outside world don't apply here. If you really want an explanation, you could say it's the will of the dungeon. The will of the dungeon. Mika's understanding of the dungeon deepened as he recalled various stories and rumors he had heard about it. Is everyone ready? Finn asked, standing before the assembled group. Ready. They replied in unison. Then let's depart. Finn's face was beaming. This time, we don't have to sneak around like we did on the way down. We will return to Orario with our heads held high, basking in the awe and admiration of everyone. Because this expedition was a victory. Finn's words filled everyone with excitement. Yes, they had triumphed. Let's go. Finn declared, his voice ringing with confidence. Yeah. Let's go. The others responded enthusiastically. Hey, look. It's the Loki Familia. And the Freya Familia. Why are they together? All of Orario's strongest adventurers are here. And they look like they just returned from an expedition? Orario's two strongest familias went on an expedition together. After several days of travel, Mika and the others finally arrived back in Orario. They reached the surface that afternoon. The sight of the Loki and Freya familias returning together caused a commotion at the dungeon entrance. After all, these two familias were known rivals. Their joint expedition sparked countless rumors and speculations. As expected, no one's paying attention to us, Elise sighed, disappointed. She had hoped to bask in the glory of their victory. When it comes to stealing the spotlight, who can compete with the Loki and Freya familias? Mika chuckled, shaking his head as he watched Finn and the others receive all the attention. Someday, we'll be just like them. He declared with determination. Elise and the others were momentarily stunned before their eyes lit up with newfound resolve. Of course, not everyone was focused solely on the Loki and Freya familias. As the initial excitement subsided, people began to notice Mika and the others. While they couldn't compare to the two strongest familias, they were still renowned figures in Orario. Oh, were there other familias involved in the expedition? The Yahweh familia, the Astria familia, the Ganesha familia, and even the Hephaestus familia. Even the support team consisted of elite adventurers from various familias. What were the Loki and Freya familias planning? The crowd buzzed with excitement, sensing a juicy story unfolding before their eyes. The news quickly spread throughout Orario, igniting a frenzy of speculation. Welcome back. Yahweh greeted Mika, Melly, and Ermit at the entrance of their familia home. Is dinner ready, Yahweh-sama? I'm starving. I haven't had a decent meal in days. The three of them bombarded Yahweh with questions the moment they saw her. Yahweh's eye twitched in response. Did you not see my welcome ceremony? Can't you show a little respect for tradition? Inside the Yahweh familia home, Mika, Melly, and Ermit were kneeling on the floor, large bumps forming on their heads. Their assailant was none other than Yahweh. But your consciousness was with Gabriel the whole time, watching us. You even asked us what we wanted for lunch earlier today. How are we supposed to have a proper welcome ceremony under those circumstances? Melly retorted. Well, Yahweh was momentarily speechless, realizing the validity of Meli's point. She quickly retreated to the kitchen, then emerged with a tray of food, a cheerful smile plastered on her face. "You're back? Come eat." It was as if the previous incident had never happened. Mika and the others wisely chose not to press the issue. The four of them enjoyed a lively dinner together. "It was quite a scene when you returned this afternoon. I bet the whole city is talking about you right now." "This is just the beginning," Mika said between bites, "the real excitement starts tomorrow." The next morning, a massive crowd gathered around the notice board outside the guild. Most of Freya and Loki Familia adventurers reached level 6 simultaneously. Impossible! Just as Mika had predicted, Orario was in an uproar. Everyone leveled up. Orario now has 6 new level 6 adventurers. That makes 7 in total. The Loki and Freya Familias have grown incredibly powerful. Even Captain Shakti of the Ganesha Familia and Tsubaki of the Hephaestus Familia reached level 5. And all members of the Astrea and Yahweh Familias are now level 4. This is unbelievable. The news of their level up spread like wildfire throughout Orario the morning after Mika and the others returned, announced officially by the guild. The entire city buzzed with excitement. Along with the news came the story of their incredible feat, conquering the level 7 boss, Baylor. It was a legendary accomplishment. After all, the expedition had consisted of only 1 level 6, 6 level 5s, and 8 level 3 and level 4 adventurers. This remarkable victory against overwhelming odds quickly spread from Orario to the rest of the world. The tale of their feat was even immortalized in songs by bards, destined to be passed down through generations. Cheers! Inside the Loki Familia's headquarters, everyone raised their glasses in celebration. "Ah, it's so lively with so many people!" Mika exclaimed, draining his glass and looking around at the joyous faces of the Loki Familia members. They were genuinely thrilled by their leaders' level ups. "I wish our Familia could be this lively. We have quite a few members, but they're scattered across different worlds, making it difficult to gather everyone," Mika mused, shaking his head. Pushing those thoughts aside, Mika surveyed the room. The Freya Familia was notably absent from the celebration. Recalling their reserved demeanor and lack of enthusiasm during the expedition, Mika wasn't surprised by their absence. They weren't exactly the social type. Therefore, only members of the Loki, Yahweh, Astrea, Ganesha, and Hephaestus Familias were present at the celebration. Of course, the number of attendees far exceeded the number of expedition participants. It was a celebration, after all. The more, the merrier. As the festivities continued, Mika found himself alone. Yahweh and Ermid were chatting with Goddess Astrea and Elise. Meli had gone to find Riveria. With a drink in hand, Mika wandered over to where Finn was talking with Shakti in a corner, Gareth listening quietly beside them. "So, are you enjoying the celebration?" Finn asked, greeting Mika as he approached. "It's great. Much livelier than our usual gatherings at home. If you like lively gatherings, then recruit more members. With the Yahweh Familia's current reputation, I'm sure countless adventurers would be eager to join," Finn said with a chuckle. Shakti and Gareth nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Yahweh Familia was now a prominent force in Orario. When the 6 major Familias announced their level ups, Mika and his companions had also revealed their true levels. They no longer feared the dark faction. To avoid causing too much of a stir, Mika had downplayed his battle powers level, reporting it as level 4. Even so, after careful analysis, their rapid progress still astonished Orario. Based on Yahweh's arrival in the lower world, Mika and his companions had become adventurers slightly later than Ace Wallenstein. Yet, they had already reached level 4 while Ace had just become level 3. Before this, Ace had held the record for the fastest level progression in Orario. Now, 3 adventurers had surpassed her record simultaneously. And they all belonged to the same Familia. This led many to speculate whether the Yahweh Familia possessed some secret technique for accelerating an adventurer's growth. As a result, countless adventurers were clamoring to join their ranks. "No, no, no." Mika waved his hands dismissively. "New recruits are out of the question. Because she encountered the 3 of us so early on, Yahweh Sama's standards are impossibly high. She said that anyone who wants to join our Familia must possess talent comparable to ours, or at the very least, similar to yours. Is that even reasonable? It's certainly not something a human would say, but coming from a god, it's not entirely unreasonable," Finn replied with a wry smile. "Similar to us? While Finn acknowledged that he and his companions might not be as talented as Mika, they were hardly mediocre adventurers. Though slightly annoyed, Finn quickly dismissed his frustration, reminding himself that these were the words of a goddess. Gods were known for their capricious nature. Gareth and Shakti also chuckled wryly. Gods, what could you do? Every familia had experienced embarrassing moments caused by their deity's whims. They weren't petty enough to hold Yahweh's words against Mika. Having fought alongside each other, their bonds had deepened considerably. By the way, what's the latest on the Dark Faction situation? Since returning, Mika and his companions had been given time off by Finn and Shakti. They hadn't been patrolling, instead enjoying a period of rest and relaxation at home. Therefore, they weren't fully up to date on the Dark Faction's activities. Oh, the Dark Faction? They've retreated on all fronts, Shakti replied, a slight smile playing on her lips. That's why we can enjoy this celebration in peace. But we can't let our guard down, Finn added cautiously. With Alfia and Zald involved, the Dark Faction's attacks won't cease entirely. They've merely shifted their focus from above ground to underground. According to my intel, the Dark Faction's presence outside Orario is growing. They're clearly plotting something. I believe this peace is only temporary. When the Dark Faction makes its next move, it will likely be a decisive battle. Mika and the others exchanged serious glances, the weight of Finn's words settling upon them.
Thanks for listening.